And we're live.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, and welcome to CTWC Game Boy 2024. I'm joined here commentating with Miner Tyler.
Hello.
And without too much ado, today is going to be the top 16 preliminaries, which means that we're going to get ready for next month's tournament, which will be the quarterfinals, semifinals, and grand finals. So, without further ado, we'll get into the first match. Here at the top of the screen, we have Anders versus Hepta. And on the bottom, we have MrFAQ versus Pascal.
Yeah, we definitely have some very exciting matches queued up for today. A bunch of players coming in here, and only half of them will be moving on. So an exciting time for Game Boy Tetris.
And if all the players can give us a thumbs up or a ready in the Discord or the Twitch chat. Sorry, I haven't streamed forever.
All right, looks like everyone's all queued up.
Perfect. And just before we start, we should go over the rules for today. So we are doing level 9 starts, 300 line cap, and best of 5.
As much as we would love to see a game go on forever, I would also like to go to sleep tonight.
Exactly. There we go. So without any further ado, we'll start off the first round in 3, 2, 1. Tetris.
Yeah, and what an interesting version the Game Boy version is. A lot of people actually recall this being the first version of Tetris that they remember, especially all you 90s kids out there. Frequently played on car trips and at events that your parents dragged you to that you did not want to socialize at. And here we see it being played to the best of their abilities. So we have some great stackers, some great Tetrisers here for us. So yeah, it definitely gives the game some good life to see all this happening.
Hepta already starting off with some poor RNG there, has a little bit of garbage to clear out, so it'll let Anders get a bit of an early lead. We'll see how that turns out later on in the round.
Yeah, already looks like Hepta's doing a great job cleaning it up, though.
Yep, already clean there, so it looks like Anders got one Tetris out of it.
Yeah, although some unfortunate pieces again. But yeah, that's what really makes a good Tetris player is what can you do with an unoptimal situation? Because anyone can do well if you give them the right pieces, but who can do well in the heat of the moment is the big question. Looks like FAQ is off to a great start, actually, 48,000 already.
48,000 to Pascal's 14,000 there. Well, it looks like Anders has gotten himself into a bit of a situation of his own there. That'll give Hepta the time to... Oh, he's already caught up on points.
Oh yeah, the tides can turn very quickly, and this actually might be a top out. 3 squares is terrible, and as you can see, that's going to be a top out at 25,000. The thing about Game Boy Tetris is it's deceptively difficult because the board seems a lot shorter because the pieces don't spawn as high as they do in NES. So a situation like that can instantly mean disaster.
So that means that Hepta has already taken the first round. Hepta, you can top out at your leisure. Unfortunate for Anders there. They'll have to bring it back in round 2 here. That's why we're doing best of 5 today, because the RNG on Game Boy can be terrible. Also, for anybody in the chat, I am Process Kibbles in the chat. Down at the bottom
All right, looks
here.
like at 87,000 and Pascal at 20,000. There's going to be some catching up in order.
And when the players are ready at the top there, then they can start up the next match. Need Anders to get back to the level select screen. Perfect. And we can start off the second round on top in 3, 2, 1. Tetris.
Also, I really appreciate that we're reaching a point when everyone can actually pretty decently, easily screen record their games. I remember when it just had to be iPhones pointed at Game Boys all across the board.
Well, we're still going to have some of that today, but the interceptor is definitely getting more common, and these direct feed captures are just a boon for broadcasting.
Oh yeah, this definitely looks very clean. I definitely appreciate it. Yeah, Anders and Hepta off to both are off to a very good start here.
Down on the bottom here, MrFAQ at 52 lines, 140,000 points. He's doing very well. Pascal just struggling to get those Tetrises there with his RNG.
Right. Long bars will come, but it's all about when exactly they do arrive that is the most important. Oh, it looks like MrFAQ did a double T-spin there. I'm not sure if that was intentional or not.
And you're going to notice a lot of left wells today. That's because of the piece bias for the I block in Game Boy Tetris there. In the NES version, it biases to the right, so it's faster to get it to the right side of the screen. However, on Game Boy, it's the complete opposite.
Right, and as you can see there, right now MrFAQ is in a right well situation, and as you can see, the long bar has to be tapped 4 times to get it all the way over to the right, as opposed to 3 for the left. Yeah, scores are looking very good on the bottom there for MrFAQ. 189,000 as opposed to Pascal's 68,000.
Anders in a bit of a situation on top there. Some messy pieces he's going to have to clean up.
Yeah, that will give Hepta a little bit of extra time to get some good Tetrises here. Getting one right now, going up to 56,000, and Anders still at 42,000.
Level 9 is not the fastest. The fastest speed on Game Boy is level 19 speeds. Oh, sorry, level 20.
Yeah, a lot of terminology gets mixed up when you're bouncing between 2 different games as well. Yeah, one interesting addition is that on the Game Boy, there's actually a secret mode where you can start in heart mode, and that actually increases the level speed by 10 levels, but not the points, which is why we tend to stick with the level 9 start.
On the bottom here, MrFAQ is sitting at 230,000 points, nearing the 100 line transition.
That is a very impressive transition score, considering that this is already just the first game. It's demonstrating some really good consistency.
And up top, we've got Anders with 57,000 to Hepta's 105.
Right, so yeah, that dig definitely did give Hepta quite a lot of time to gain some score advantage.
And
it does look like
transition at 254 for MrFAQ to Pascal's 111.
And you will see the speed start to slowly increase as we go through the levels. A lot of players have to definitely change when they stop pressing down. As you can see right now, a lot of players opt to press down just to get pieces placed down faster and kind of accelerate the match. Plus, no one can turn away those sweet push down points.
You definitely got to go for the pushdown points in those early rounds.
They matter. There's going to be a game that we see. I declared right now we're going to see at least one game where someone's going to win by pushdown points. Maybe not today, but one of these days.
And we've got Hepta with a nice amount of lines there, 157,000 points. To Anders 109,000.
Yeah, quite an advantage there. Same for MrFAQ right now with 313,000 as opposed to Pascal's 133,000. So definitely quite an advantage there. Although MrFAQ is 2 levels ahead right now.
Yeah, but transitioning around the 130,000 mark is not what you want to see there.
Right, especially as it gets harder and harder to build up for those Tetrises as the levels go on.
Hepta playing with a nice clean board there. Just waiting on that I block, getting pretty high. And Miss drops it, tops out at 182,108 points. So if Anders can get 183,000, he's set to win the round.
And just like that, we have our very first chase down of the day.
To answer Stack Attacka in the chat there, the Game Boy does go slower by and large than the NES version. However, the piece generation is much harsher.
Another interesting point to add as well is that the pieces actually lock in a lot quicker on Game Boy. The second the piece hits, it already locks into the board, which doesn't give you much time as the next piece immediately comes in.
Yeah, there's no introductory delay, and the piece starts lower. Anders here gunning for that 183,000, just 9,000 points there to go.
Yeah, and as you can see, a lot of these players, the second they enter a chase down, they like to play it nice and safe. And are set up for a Tetris here with plenty of options if things were to go wrong.
And looks like down on the bottom here, MrFAQ sitting at 445,000 to Pascal's 229. It's going to be a chase down there if Pascal wants to take the first round.
Right. The only way I really see the tides turning here is if there's a massive mistake on MrFAQ's board right now. And as with how consistently we've been seeing from that, I really doubt it. Yeah, as you can see, the speed's getting much faster down there. So yeah, now MrFAQ, of course, not pressing down anymore, just to make sure that there's as much time as possible to make decisions.
And Anders, looks like Anders has won the round. There we go. Congratulations, Anders.
All right, well, that's going to tie it up there. Oh, very impressive Tetris there from MrFAQ.
And MrFAQ about to hit that 500k, first 500k of the day.
That didn't take long.
There we go, on his first match.
Yeah, you really are going to see some very incredible play today from these for these very accomplished players here. Pascal building up 295,000 as opposed to MrFAQ's 543.
MrFAQ, though, heading towards that 200 line transition. And the players up top, when they're ready, just give me a thumbs up. We can start your third round. Perfect. They can start in 3, 2, 1. Tetris. And MrFAQ, a Tetris going into level 20, 577,000 points at the transition. Pascal with a little bit of garbage on his board here, sitting at 302,000 points.
Yeah, definitely a dangerous situation there. As the levels especially speed up into 18, 19, you really don't want to have any garbage built up on your board, and this is going to be very tricky to navigate, so we're going to see how that goes. Getting very high on MrFAQ's board, though.
Yeah, certainly high for level 20 speeds there. With those pieces locking in. Oh, and Pascal does top out. MrFAQ takes the round, sitting at 595,000. Let him get that Tetris to get the first 600,000 of the day. And then he can top out at his leisure.
Yeah, very impressive start to the match today. Another Tetris there, 646. Yeah, very impressive first score to start that bottom row there.
Anders and Hepta are neck and neck, both at 25,000. Anders, of course, gets a Tetris rate as I say that, going up to 37k. Pascal, it was a good effort, but the RNG was just not in your favor on that round. We'll see what it brings you in round 2.
Let's see. It looks like we have a score name here. Sheesh. Sheesh indeed. Although I prefer the names that Anders gave, which was
That's what happens if you spell applesauce with just A's.
right, exactly.
Oh, and an early top out from Hepta here, 50,000 points. Anders has already taken the round.
See, and that's something that you forget about Game Boy Tetris is it really is so easy to end a game just like that, which really demonstrates how amazing it is when we see players get very far in the game in these competitive matches under pressure.
Oh no, Hepta. I mean, on the bright side, that's got to feel good for Anders because he did basically the same thing in round one there. So both of them have one round where they've topped out early there, and
Yeah,
we can get all
even.
4 players ready up to start the next round.
I love when we get to do that again, all four at the same time.
And we can start in 3, 2, 1. Tetris.
Very nice. And already we can see leads growing with the pushdown points. See what I was talking about?
Absolutely. Yeah, here we've got Pascal just leading on a little bit of push down there.
Oh, that was a nice triple to clean the scene there for Pascal. It's always really nice when you set up a burn and just immediately get the piece to get rid of the line that you need.
Yeah, it's always satisfying.
All boards looking pretty good right now, other than Hepta maybe with a little bit of a spire there, but it looks like some things are being put in place to kind of knock that down a bit, taking some burns there.
MrFAQ playing fast today. He's already up at 40,000.
Yeah, I think we're definitely going to see some impressive and also very fast scoring from MrFAQ today. He's definitely not messing around.
Yeah, watching
Even
his improvement over the years has been quite a treat there.
Yeah, that's definitely what I like to see about this community is just the immense growth rate. Of course, we saw with one of our favorite players, Blue Scooty, immediately taking the scene and just pushing off with the races as much as he could, and then of course hopping in the NES scene and doing the same exact thing.
Up top here, we've got Anders with 62,000 to Hepta's 20,000. Hepta still with some garbage to clear here before he can score any real points.
All right, just waiting on that long bar. And there it comes. Hepta's going to slam down a Tetris as well as Anders. It's going to put it at 74,000 for Anders to 33,000 for Hepta.
Down at the bottom, both players are neck and neck with 68,000 points.
So yeah, one thing to consider up top is that Hepta might have to play a little bit safer than usual, considering that, or sorry, for Anders is what I mean. Actually, Anders is going to have to play a little bit safer, considering that Hepta is at 2 hearts right now and could take the 3.
Left well is more effective in the Game Boy version. Yes, the eye block bias is to the left.
Yeah, it definitely took me some getting used to coming off of NES Tetris.
For me, it was the opposite. Going to NES Tetris was extremely difficult because I was so used to the left well strats.
Right. The funny thing is also all because it's not just the long bar. All pieces are actually symmetrically flipped technically in this version. So all the flips and spins that you typically could do on a right well in NES also work only in the left well for Game Boy.
Ooh, bit of a misdrop there by Anders. Gonna need to tuck something in there. Gets the T block in.
Very nice resolution there.
Down on the bottom here, MrFAQ already at 131,000 to Pascal's 110 now.
Anders is looking for a long bar potentially to put in that hole. Has to opt to do the J. I always confuse the L's with the J's. I have to literally draw it out with my hand to figure out which one it is.
Easiest way on Game Boy to remember is that the J's have dots in them, the L's don't.
Right. See, on NES, I always just memorize the colors.
Well, here you can easily memorize the green and the slightly weirder looking green.
That's right. I always forgot the J's are slightly greener.
Poet, you can definitely join the Discord. We do have some MU leaderboards as well on our Discord here.
Pascal's been playing very consistently, but so has MrFAQ. MrFAQ sitting at 185 and Pascal at 151.
Bit of a line difference there, though, with Pascal only being at 73 lines to MrFAQ's 86, so it's definitely anyone's game down there.
That's true. Yeah, MrFAQ has definitely been playing a little quick today, which does give us a little bit more time. Some players actually prefer to play a little bit more slowly. I definitely do, because it gives me time to kind of analyze where the other player's at and then make decisions accordingly.
MJ in the chat is saying that I put a point to Hepta, not Anders. I think I have the scoring correct. Can someone verify? At the transition here, 252,000 for MrFAQ at the level 10 transition. So again, around that 250k mark.
Yeah, we've definitely been seeing some very high scoring and very high consistency over on that side. But Pascal's been holding up this game.
Okay, so apparently I clicked the wrong thing there. My apologies. It's actually Anders with 2 wins, Hepta with 1.
So I was right. Hepta does have to be careful.
Yes, Hepta does have to be careful there. Because Anders is at 2 wins. My apologies. I clicked the wrong button in OBS.
That's all right. That's how we do it here in the Game Boy scene.
It's been so long since I've streamed one of these tournaments, so...
Well, that's why we have a lovely community of fact checkers that actually do know what they're doing to help us out with our thing.
Let's get the embarrassments out early while there's only 120 people watching them.
Exactly. Yeah, only 120.
Yeah.
Rookie. All right, Hepta going to be able to resolve that hang very nicely with the L piece. Got that one right. See, I'm getting better already.
Andrew in the chat saying, welcome 120 judging eyes. There's actually 240 eyes, not accounting for people with eye patches.
That is a good point. Oh, MrFAQ getting a little bit high here. Going to have to do some burns. So you're going to see the pushdowns have definitely stopped. Can't quite risk that. But there we go. Some nice pieces to resolve that. Just looking for one more piece. And that'll do it. It will set up a hang, but that should be resolved pretty nicely.
Nice Z spin there.
That was brilliant. Oh, we're getting a little high, though. We do need something to take this stack down. Uh-oh, 2 squares is not helpful.
Is he gonna get it? Up top there, we've got both players neck and neck still, 243,000 to 247.
Yeah, Hepta with just that slight lead, but again, also a slight lead in lines. Oh, this is getting very high over here on MrFAQ's board, but that T-piece is looking like it's going to do it. We just need that long bar. That's it.
Does opt to throw a J in there just to take the stack down slightly. Opens it back up just in time for the long bar. Gets a Tetris, bringing it down 350,000.
Very well deserved and well fought. I definitely would have topped out if that were me. And all boards looking clean now. Everyone's slamming down Tetrises.
Roget in the chat, what if I have 4 eyes? Then my count is completely off.
Oh, that is always what they called me in grade school.
MrFAQ up at level 16 speeds here. Certainly fast, but he can handle it.
Boards are looking pretty solid up top. Both players are ready for that Tetris. Andrew's going to slam that down and get a 280,000 point score. Right now, Hepta sitting at 298, waiting for that long bar, getting 2 unhelpful squares, but there we go, getting the long bar. That's going to pass 300,000. Score going to 315 now.
And just like that, Anders is at the 298,000 mark there. Just hot on Hepta's heels here.
Right, and definitely important to consider, like you said, the line difference between these players. Right now, Hepta is almost 10 lines ahead, so that does give opportunity for Anders to get some more score and catch up on the time factor.
MrFAQ with a bit of a midwell here is going to try to go for the dirty Tetris.
Burns the triple. Go ahead and yeah, that's usually a good call. You went ahead and burned it down when there's an opportunity.
Yeah, at
You can't
level
really
18, you're going to want to burn it down.
Yeah, a lot of players will try to go for something a little risky later in the game and will unfortunately pay the price.
Down on the bottom here, MrFAQ sitting at 436,000 to Pascal's 355, but they are about 27 lines different from each other here. So Pascal definitely has some room to catch up. Up top, a bit of a disparity developing here, 50,000 points. But again, about a 10-line difference, so there's still time for Anders to catch up as well.
Right, we do see a growing disparity, though, on the bottom there. 462,000 from MrFAQ to 381 for Pascal, but this is a tricky situation here in level 19 for FAQ.
Ooh, misdrop there. Gonna need a T-spin to clear that up.
Pascal passing the 400,000 mark into level 17. So this does look like a catch-up situation.
Absolutely. MrFAQ in a bit of a situation here on level 20. A lot of garbage on his matrix.
Meanwhile, Hepta playing very consistently here, 410,000 in level 17. And Anders is sure to catch up if he can get all this burned out. And yeah, that looks like a top out from MrFAQ. Did you get that score?
476,000. Couldn't catch the trailing points there. And a top out from Anders does, I believe, give Hepta the round. Don't top out just yet, Hepta.
Yeah. 350,000. So yeah, Hepta does have the round.
Perfect. So Hepta does take the round up there, making it 2-2 up top. We have a Game 5 situation already.
I always do love a good decider.
And we'll get confirmation here for Pascal. That is 477,000 points that you're looking for to get the win.
Yeah, and that just goes to show the difference in pacing of these games sometimes because, you know, obviously we're only on our second match on the bottom row, and we're already to our final match on the top. Yeah, Pascal definitely has about 100 lines of time to do this, so definitely no rush, but anything could be fatal.
Yep, just looking for that 477,000. And when both players are ready at the top, we will go into the decider match.
All right, Pascal's looking very solid down there. Really, no mistakes to see here. Passing 4-4.
Sorry. I'm just laughing about something in the chat here. Pangranga saying line clear delay is so long you can make a coffee during it. He's not wrong. And Hepta taking a quick little break here. Possibly getting some water or some coffee or something.
This Game Boy Tetris is really draining. All right, about 25,000 to go for Pascal. Getting a little high. A few lines up off the bottom.
Yeah, definitely just cleared. Lining it out.
Yeah, no reason to go for anything crazy here.
Just 16,000 points to go here for Pascal. Still looking at that 477,000 score to take the round.
There were some tricky pieces here. Yeah, gets the L piece all the way to the left there. Some helpful long bars, though. And just looking at 7,000 more, and that will be good.
And we've got our Hepta back here. Andrew asking about them clearing their boards. They're both under 100k, so I don't think they should need to do a full board clear up top. Ooh, and just like that, Pascal does take the round, making it 1-1 on the bottom.
Very nice. A very impressive game from Pascal there, demonstrating some good consistency after that unfortunate first game.
And his buddies roll in to congratulate him there, wearing, you can see he's wearing his CTWCGB shirt in the background there. You can get those on the merch store. Oh, Hepta has disappeared again.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it looks like it's Toni and Tolstoj in the background there. There we go. We have our Hepta back.
Very nice. And probably another simultaneous start for all four, which I always love.
You always hear about gamer houses for, like, super competitive games like League of Legends and Counter-Strike. Pascal's down there with his Tetris competitive gamer house.
Hey, that's where I want to be.
There we go. And when all players are ready, we can start the next match in 3, 2, 1. Tetris.
All right, well, we will be definitely declaring a winner up top after this game. Could be in 1 minute or 10. That's the thing I love about Game Boy Tetris.
Yep, 1-1 MrFAQ and Pascal there. And 2-2 up top for Anders and Hepta.
And just getting some unfortunate squares at a bad time and then now having to set up for a long bar dependency. I always feel like squares just come at the worst times in this game.
Pascal also off to a rough start. Yeah, the thing with the piece generation is I've seen a lot of people posting the statistics in the chat, but it doesn't really tell the whole story because it's what the follow-up piece chances are. And when you get an O block, there's a very high likelihood that you're about to get another O block.
Yeah, that's what's so strange about it. And usually when you get a square at a bad time, getting 2 or even 3 of them is just the worst possible thing for your board.
We should have a competition for just who can get the most consecutive O blocks.
I think I got 5 one time.
I've gotten a 7.
A 7? Oh my gosh, that's ridiculous.
I was playing B-type one day and I got 7 O blocks.
Yeah, I'm sure that game probably ended rather quickly.
It did.
All right, Pascal having to clean up just a little bit. It looks like most players are actually having to do a little bit of cleanup here.
Yeah, the RNG's not been pretty this round. Hepta transitioning to a right well.
And remember, as we've seen earlier, a game can just end at a moment's notice if we don't handle these situations very carefully. For example, Hepta, unfortunately, was developing a little bit of a spire in the middle and just had to start throwing things to the left and right.
Pascal getting his board into good condition. He's going to need it. He's about 50,000 points behind right now.
All right, Pascal slamming down a Tetris. Only has to clean up that one little hole there up top.
We're neck and neck up top here with Hepta and Anders, both sitting at 60,000 and 65,000 points. Ooh, a nice open midwell there for MrFAQ.
Yeah, I've definitely seen a lot of that today. MrFAQ has been handling these middle wells very well. Pun definitely intended.
Split double there for Pascal. Always some nice cleanup.
All right, and just like that, all players are clean with the left well again. For score updates, we have 85,000 for Anders and 71,000 for Hepta, and then on the bottom we have 91,000 for FAQ and 41,000 for Pascal, slamming down in Tetris, going up to 53,000.
And both players up top about to hit the 100k mark. MrFAQ just passing the 100k mark.
Looks like Anders is continuing to build upon that one row of garbage at the bottom, unfortunately. So we're going to have to see if there's a good opportunity that presents itself to clear that out.
Yeah, a bit of an S-burst there for him. That's the other RNG anomaly on Game Boy Tetris that's very common, is the SZ burst.
Yeah, a lot of bursts just seem to happen in Game Boy, more so than on other versions. And this would be an opportunity to clear out that row of garbage, but then it looks like Anders got an unfortunate square once again at the wrong time. But there we go, looking like that's going to be cleaned up now.
Interesting T placement to O-tuck there for Hepta.
All right, looks like Pascal is also not immune to the row of garbage on the bottom. Going to have to find a good opportunity to get rid of that, or just continue to play on top of it.
Yeah, luckily at level 9 speeds, it's not too bad to play on top of that single row.
Right, exactly. But yeah, of course, as we head into the later levels, players have to kind of figure out what they can do to clean that up quickly.
Some interesting... Ooh, bit of a misdrop there for MrFAQ.
Ooh, that's
may
looking
spell trouble.
Yeah, now these players have to be ready to hop into snap decision-making mode, which often makes or breaks a good Tetris player.
Absolutely. It's what breaks me.
Yeah.
I can play fine when everything's going well.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Just waiting on one piece to clear that out and doesn't quite get it. So this this dig is going to continue, unfortunately. Everyone else is looking nice and clean, though. Pascal is transitioning to a right well, kind of deciding whether or not to put that long bar all the way to the right, and he does. So he's going to be able to convert this out to a left well with a few burns.
And Pascal
And
does pass the points a little bit here. 2,000 up on MrFAQ. Up top here, Anders leading with 192,000 to Hepta's 178.
MrFAQ does end up getting this all cleaned up and is now scoring for some Tetrises.
Does transition at 204,000.
All right, well, it's looking like, is this the first game where we'll have all four players transitioning at the same time?
MrFAQ's dig there took so long, it looked like he was playing Minecraft for a little bit. Ooh, exactly 207,000 apiece for Anders and Hepta up top there.
See, the pushdown points matter.
Down on the bottom, we've got MrFAQ with 179,000 to Pascal's 151.
Yeah, not as big of a lead as we've been seeing in the previous games.
And a very nice T-spin was done there by Pascal.
Andrew's looking for something to tuck under that hole there. Gets the J piece to do that with. Well, yeah, it's looking very solid on all fronts here. Although MrFAQ does need some pieces to fill these dependencies. Does get quite a few good options there. But yeah, this is definitely one of the first games where we're seeing all players going up through the levels at the same time. Everyone's looking really good, so we might see some really high scores here.
Looking for an L block, does decide to put a T-piece in there, creating a little bit of garbage that should be pretty easy to take out.
And there we go, the square burst again, like we were talking about. MrFAQ just getting a bunch of unfortunate squares. Oh, this is looking tricky for Anders now.
Hepta also getting into a bit of a position here. A little bit of garbage he needs to clear out.
It does look like he's going to get the right pieces to do that with.
Yeah, that long bar definitely helps. Ooh, a nice dirty second column Tetris by MrFAQ.
And just like that, Anders is clean and scoring again, and that might give him an opportunity to catch back up. 256 for Anders to 293 for Hepta, and then on the bottom we have 277 for MrFAQ and 259 for Pascal.
Definitely a close game all around here, and all players keeping relatively consistent on their speeds.
Yeah, this definitely makes for an exciting decider up top.
Thanks for the raid, Classic Tetris Germany.
We love our German friends here on the Game Boy scene.
Up to 146 sets of judging eyes.
I did learn a little bit of German this semester. I took a class because I thought it'd be fun. And then I learned that German is quite hard.
It is. Ich verstehe nur ein bisschen Deutsch.
All right, all players are around that 300K mark now. Everyone is actually quite close to each other.
Absolutely. We've got 316,000 points for Pascal, 335,000 for Hepta. Down on the bottom here, we've got 307,000 for MrFAQ and 302,000 for Pascal. Everyone is just neck and neck here.
We love the neck and neck games. It's especially nice to see, considering that the way the seeding works, of course, is a lot of the top players play a lot of the lower seeded players. So it makes it all the more exciting to see players being so close to each other. Oh, an unfortunate square misdrop for Anders is going to be very tricky to deal with, especially as the level speed keeps increasing.
Yeah, definitely going to need either a J block or a line piece. Oh, but that Z or that S drop there, spelling trouble.
Yeah, this could be it if the right pieces don't come right now.
Bit of a line misdrop there. Level 17 speeds proving with this piece entry delay that they can be a problem.
Oh, that might be it.
And a top out here for 367,000. That gives Hepta the round and the win.
Well, congratulations, Hepta, for moving on to the quarterfinals.
So it looks like we will be seeing Hepta next month in the quarterfinals, like you were saying, Tyler. GG, well played, Hepta.
Yeah, and very good play from Andrews today. I think he definitely had a very impressive performance today. Did not go out without a fight, having 2 hearts to his name.
Anders, thank you very much for playing. You played well. Just some unfortunate RNG there put you into a bad position and topped you out.
Yeah, one thing we definitely have learned time and time again is that Game Boy Tetris continues to be brutal. And speaking of, FAQ does not get the long bar, tops out at 390.
Anders, you may not have won the match, but that beard has won my heart.
Amen. All right, and we did get the top out score for MrFAQ was 390, correct?
I believe so. We'll wait for confirmation after that rocket blasts off.
Yeah, Pascal passing 400 now. Let's get confirmation, and it looks like...
Yeah, it was 390, so Pascal has taken round 2.
Very nice. So yeah, that does definitely put MrFAQ in a dangerous situation here going into the third game. Or sorry, that would be the fourth game, right?
Yes. There we go. Let's transition over to our 2-player screen here, since we've only got these 2 playing right now. Hi to you too, MrFAQ. And if we can get both players to clear their boards before the next round. MrFAQ playing on a bit of a weird setup. He's actually using a transfer pack and Pokemon Stadium 2 in order to play Tetris with an N64.
Oh, how about it? Yeah, I think I've seen those before. Yeah, that's the fun thing about Game Boy Tetris is we've seen just a massive variety of ways to play.
Anyone watching who's interested in Game Boy Tetris, feel free to join the Discord. I just posted the link in the chat. And both players are clear. And we'll wait for Pascal here to wipe his hands, shaking a little bit. He just needs one more win to advance. And we'll start off the next match in 3, 2, 1. Tetris.
Yeah, this is nerve-wracking stuff. I can recall it must have been either 1 or probably 2 years ago that I remember I was playing EuroChrisKA, and I remember I was so nervous. I was literally shaking.
I'd be shaking too if I was facing off against ChrisKA. We will see him later today. MrFAQ coming out the gate with a Tetris there.
Very unfortunate timing on that L piece for Pascal. Going to have to figure out something to get rid of that. So just create a hole there and just continue.
EuroChrisKA in the chat there saying he was very nervous in 2023.
Very nice double T-spin there for MrFAQ. And then gets a bunch of T pieces.
The T bursts are uncommon, but when they happen, it's a problem.
Yeah. Still not as bad as those squares, though.
No. The square bursts always happen when you have a nice, jagged board. Got
It's like
3 L's and 4 pieces there as well.
All right, Pascal's going to get that Tetris there. Goes to 30,000. So does MrFAQ, going up to 65,000 with a pretty comfortable lead. Although, again, like we said, about an inline difference, that does mean some time to catch up.
Hepta in the chat, hoping that he gets to play against EuroChrisKA.
That would be a very fun match.
Pascal opting to orient that T-piece for a single burn so that he can try to set up for a column 6 Tetris there. Does get the setup and does get the long bar.
Very nice. And then a very easy burn to convert that to a left well.
MrFAQ here, sitting at 80,000 with a nice clean board compared to Pascal's 45.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing some good boards here. You can see the general slope from the high right down to the low left is desirable, which allows for generally the most good places to put pieces and also the safest ways out of bad situations.
Passing the 106,000 there at 50 lines. Not on bad pace for transition.
And we got a simul Tetris, both players increasing their score. MrFAQ at 120 and Pascal at 82,000.
Got some nostalgia running in the chat here for Game Boy Tetris. One of the first video games I think I ever played as a kid.
Yeah, that's one thing I love about these communities, especially with things like speedrunning or competitive play. Is a lot of times you can find old games that you obviously had a lot of fun with as a child and create kind of a new excitement for them.
Absolutely. I've actually recently started speedrunning a bit, training up my speedruns in Shadow of the Colossus. It's pretty fun.
Yeah, there's a lot of really good things you could do with the speedrunning community. So yeah, Pascal now with a little bit of a right well situation, although may take this opportunity to switch the well, and that's exactly what he does. After getting that Tetris going up to 110,000, going to switch that to a left well, and MrFAQ at 136, digging a little bit, which has given Pascal some time to catch up.
Yeah, a bit of a dangerous situation here for MrFAQ.
Yet again with the square burst.
Oh, and getting the Z block at just the wrong time. Not what you want to see there.
This could actually be it with some of the wrong pieces. But he is handling it well. Gets a good long bar and
Ooh,
another.
perfect double long bar. Dances it down there.
Of course, definitely a nod to dancing long bar DLB.
And just like that, gets it cleaned up, nails the Tetris in.
Very nice. And that is a very cleanly executed solution there. You can see a lot of these players just know how to handle difficult situations way better than I ever would.
Yeah, remaining calm under pressure like that is really what separates the great Tetris players. MrFAQ sitting at 165,000 to 125,000 for Pascal.
Yeah, both boards are looking pretty decent here. MrFAQ just looking to clear out a little bit of dependencies here, but does get some good pieces to do that with.
Dr. Pi in the chat. I'm just wondering if he's got a PhD or an MD.
All right, looks like MrFAQ is going to transition at 190,000 points. Yeah, MrFAQ has definitely been demonstrating his ability to consistently transition around the 200K range.
Yeah, both players are definitely even pace-wise here.
Yeah, very solid pace and score for Pascal there. 154,000 to 85 lines.
Nightbot there, pimping out the YouTube channel for Classic Tetris. You can also subscribe to the YouTube channel for GB Tetris, which will have the VODs of these CTWCGB tournaments.
One thing that I find interesting is that MrFAQ has actually stopped pressing down, even though it's just level 11. I think some players definitely don't want to take any extra risks.
Well, with this being a match point here for Pascal, MrFAQ definitely wants to play conservatively, make sure that he doesn't top out too early.
Right, especially as we saw earlier, any situation can become a gruesome one in just a matter of seconds.
RoccoRicci showing their support in the chat here for MrFAQ. Yeah, people wondering about the bracket. The bracket will be on display in between matches there when we're setting up for the next match. And it looks like the transition there did happen for Pascal around 190,000. Meanwhile, MrFAQ sitting at level 13, but about to pass that 300k barrier.
Yeah, these are definitely some high scores. I think we're going to see some very impressive play here in a few minutes.
So about 23 lines different here, but MrFAQ leading by 95,000 points.
Yeah, I just really love the look of these boards. These players are definitely in a very good spot right now, and they're doing a good job maintaining that. A lot of players only maintain a good board for a very short few moments. All it takes is is one mistake and they're off of what they usually like to do.
Ooh,
Nice long there for FAQ.
an excellent long bar spin. Just showing off at this point.
Yeah, that's one thing I also appreciate about these competitive matches is some of the players will like to do some fun stuff there and just kind of show off and say, hey, look what I could do. Especially when we're, in a safer situation where not as much can really go wrong. All right, FAQ's going to have to resolve that. Gets a very nice Z spin there to resolve that tuck there.
Ooh, bit of an O burst, though. Building him a spire.
Pascal's just doing some really safe digging here. Doesn't want to create any issues on his board.
No, absolutely not. Not as you get into these higher levels here where the speed's getting a little less manageable.
Yeah, as we can see, MrFAQ is at level 17 here, and it's starting to get pretty quick.
We've got MrFAQ here up at 412,000 compared to Pascal's 306,000. So Pascal's definitely going to need a chase down if he wants to take the match here. Closing in on that level 20 transition here for MrFAQ. Sitting at level 18. Hopefully the sound of that fire truck didn't come through my mic here. They're just trying to put out the fire that is this Tetris match.
Yeah, we definitely have some very hot games going on right now. Very high scores here: 465,000 for FAQ and 352,000 for Pascal.
Andrew in the chat saying, "Burn, baby, burn, Tetris Inferno."
Oh yeah. And unfortunately, there is actually a lot of burning happening right now on Pascal's end of things, but that is very soon to come to the end with the right pieces. We are all about segues.
And MrFAQ passing that 500k mark again. Pascal with some work to do, sitting at 367,000.
What was the highest score we saw so far? About 650,000?
649 was MrFAQ's finisher in the first round.
So we might see a new high for the day after this game. Especially with that really high stack that's ready for Tetris at a moment's notice for Pascal. Unfortunately, didn't get the long bar. Come on, just one long bar. Give it to us. Not looking good. There it is. There's the Tetris on level 18. Going to go up to 396,000.
MrFAQ, a little bit of garbage on his board here, sitting at level 20. He's going to want to just line that out. But of course, the RNG is going to give him some line debt. Not a good place to be.
Not a good time for those squares. Gets the long bar all the way over to the left. Just needs something for that center well there. Gets the long bar.
But Pascal tops out.
And that was a 401,000 top out, which does give the match to MrFAQ.
So we're going into our second decider of the day.
Well, unfortunately, the commentator's curse enacted. I had to go and talk about high scores for the day.
Of course. There's no curse quite as bad as the commentator's curse.
Well, this decider definitely should be interesting because we've been seeing some good games all across the board so far.
Both players have got to be feeling the tension here. MrFAQ with the heart attack. There we go. And we can start off the next round in 3, 2, 1. Tetris.
Tetris is definitely not a doctor-recommended game for those of you who experience high levels of stress, like me, from bad RNG.
You've got to pray to RNGesus before every match.
That is true.
Some excellent stacking there from MrFAQ with some weird pieces.
Yeah, very nice resolve there with the L piece. Yeah, both players are around that same range of score: 14,000 for FAQ, 12,000 for Pascal. Although MrFAQ does slam down to Tetris there for 26,000.
Both players looking nice and solid here. 100% Tetris efficiency on both ends. No, wait, no, I'm wrong. I counted wrong.
Yeah, close enough.
And having that 300, I know that nobody's hit the 300 line cap yet, but having that line cap there means that your efficiency's got to be reasonable.
Oh, an unfortunate misdrop there. Pascal unfortunately was planning to rotate the following piece and accidentally rotated the piece that was still not, unfortunately, locked into the board yet. He is doing a good job getting this down quickly, though. Nice adjustment there. So as you can see, he actually moves the L piece two to the left, so that way the square piece that's coming next fits.
That kind of usage of the next cue that's definitely necessary for high levels of play.
Right, exactly. Without the next box, it's been proven that it's almost impossible to play the game on any caliber of well.
MrFAQ, bit of a high barrier there that he needs to take down.
Oh, sets up for that T-spin.
And nails it in.
Very nice. Just waiting on that long bar. Fully at the mercy of RNG here. Could get bad.
Does decide to burn it out a couple.
Yeah, not a bad call here.
Definitely wasn't the wrong one, because he still hasn't gotten that line piece.
Yeah, unfortunately, that long bar to fill that dependency instead of getting the Tetris, unfortunately. And there's the long bar for the Tetris. Slams it down for 105,000 to 71,000 for Pascal.
Pascal playing nice and low here. Just opting for safety.
All right, MrFAQ is able to open up that left well. Just again, waiting on that long bar. The story that we know and keep telling for every player, for every game.
Ooh, did not look at his next cue, though, and blocks it just as the long bar comes.
Yeah, unfortunate timing there. And then look at that, right? Of course, as soon as you pluck that well, you get 3 long bars.
There we go. Let's bang it in for another Tetris. 146,000 to Pascal's 89.
As the Tetris prophecy foretells, the necessary piece will only come when it cannot be used. We do have a little bit of a wonky situation here from MrFAQ. Just looking for
so many Zeds.
Yeah, so like every single piece that could not fit came all at once.
And just like that, MrFAQ in a dig.
This is pretty high up, so it could get nasty. Does get good pieces. Again, just needs that long bar, and then the stack is going to be pretty safe. But unfortunately, has to block the well again.
And has to block it quite a bit with that Zed burst again.
Now looking for either there it goes. Yeah, we got the J piece there to fill that hole. This is not looking good. Unfortunate time for 3 squares.
3 squares, an S, and then another square for you.
This is tight. Not looking good. Barely scraping by, but still alive.
Pascal here just playing it safe, hoping that he can get that chase down. MrFAQ showing, putting up a good fight, but showing no signs of being out of the woods just yet.
All right, does get a good sequence, though, and I think that'll be... There we go with that long bar. The well is open again. Just needs a long bar now. But again, not getting it. There it comes.
And MrFAQ back into a safe position here, getting... Oh, could have used that for a back-to-back Tetris. Does decide to use this one.
Very nice. 193,000 for MrFAQ to 136,000 for Pascal. But keep in mind, because of that really high play, the lines were accelerated very quickly. So there is quite a time lead for FAQ as well.
FAQ decides to forego the T-spin opportunity there. Just shoves an O block in it.
Although we may see the T-spin now.
And does a double spin.
Been seeing a lot of those today.
Keeps himself open for that L.
It's a nice center well Tetris for Pascal there, and then transfers the well back over to the left. He's been doing a good job of that, getting Tetrises whenever possible, even with an unideal well, and then being able to transition it afterwards.
And Pascal about to transition here. Does so at 150,000 to MrFAQ's 211. MrFAQ having to block that well again, but he should get it cleared out pretty easily. Bit of an O-burst, though.
Yeah, unfortunately, that sets up a long bar dependency now that has to get plugged with an L. But those are some good pieces to resolve this.
Yeah, it does manage to clear it out.
Just one more piece and that T is going to do it.
And perfect timing, too, just as that long bar shows up. Indiana asking about the seeds. We do not use seeded runs in Game Boy. We don't currently have a way to do it. So these are just completely random pieces.
And that is why, of course... Oh no, Pascal! An unfortunate series of mistakes, and just like that, the game is over at 178,000, which gives MrFAQ the 3 hearts and the victory.
Congratulations to MrFAQ. He will be going on to the quarterfinal rounds next month for the top 8. Pascal, it was good play. Unfortunately, you just didn't get there in the end. But thank you very much for a wonderful showing.
Yeah,
GG's to
very,
both.
very quick. And this is already just an amazing start to the matches. Both players that have been eliminated did not go out without a fight, both going out with 2 hearts to their name, which I think just really goes to show how competitive this scene really is right now.
Absolutely. It's just crazy how well the players are playing so far today. They've both been doing very well, and as well Anders and Hepta, which again, GG's to those two, went to a decider, so it's been quite the day so far. We are going to transition over to the bracket there, which needs a little bit of an update. And we will be back after these messages. Guys, and we are back. Sorry about the wait there, a bit of technical difficulties. Minor Tyler's setup is dying, so he's heading home. We're going to have Andrew co-commentating for this next round.
Hello!
And we do have up top Gunter versus DLB, and on the bottom MJ versus Tolstoj. Gunter, our reigning French champion, is having a little bit of technical difficulties with his Game Boy. You can see he's trying to fix it right now.
Notice he's wearing the same shirt. No, he's giving a cutting out there. We'll give him a second. Get an update from him. Smaller the hardware, the tougher it gets.
Get some tunes back on here.
Don't blow out the card.
We might be good to go in just a second here.
So we did have this issue or something similar to it last year's CTWCGB, where I think twice or three times Gunter had technical difficulties, yet he still managed to pull it off to become the world champion, our first world champion. So in a worst case, even if something like that happens today, he's already won it. So
Might be good to go here. Give us a
Oh,
thumbs
fingers
up
crossed.
here, Gunter, if you're good to go. Yep. Okay, perfect.
all right, let's kick it off.
Yeah, if we can get all players to the level select screen of Type A. Nice big rocket there for MJ.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, I think most, if not all, these players are cross-hand hyper tapping. Not sure. I think DLB might be flat tapper, but I believe Tolstoj is cross. So basically, that's where you cross your hands, and you might have saw that before with Hepta, just to get a little bit of a speed boost.
Go. And with all players ready here, we're just waiting for thumbs up here from MJ. I can't quite see him.
He's typing.
There we go.
Yep.
We can
Got a thumbs
start
up.
off the match in 3,
3,
2,
2,
1.
1.
Tetris.
Tetris. And they are off. Loving the different.
MrFAQ's joking about rolling there in the chat.
Yeah, we haven't got much leeway on or headway on rolling thus far in the Game Boy Tetris scene, just because nobody's come up with a viable way to do it yet. But I'm sure it's coming. So
I mean, I feel like the only viable way would be a Super Game Boy 2, and then roll on the SNES controller.
that's how it's looking.
But at the same time, I don't know if, as an organization, we will allow that in tournament play, just because it kind of takes away from the spirit of playing Game Boy Tetris.
Yeah, there's a lot of things we have to consider. So going forward, but that's just part of the advancement. So we got pretty much neck and neck down below, 24K each with both players there, 2 Tetrises up. And up top, we got pretty much neck and neck as well with one 13,000 DLB to Gunter's 12,000.
Looking very good. Loving that color palette here on Gunter's, as well as Tolstoj's screen.
Yeah, it's good to mix it up. I've stuck with the black and white myself just because I don't want to really mess with it.
Tolstoj on the bottom there, sitting in the same seat as Pascal from the last round, I believe. MJ just going ahead and pushing down as much as he can here. Already at 22 lines, 61,000 points.
I do like that. I think we've got most corners of Europe here. I think we got Gunter's France, DLB's Germany, MJ's Finland, and Tolstoj is Switzerland, I believe. So we got a lot of Europe competing right now.
Which pretty much tells the story of our server. A lot of Euros in there.
Oh yeah. Very Eurocentric game.
DLB up top there with 64,000 compared to Gunter's 40,000. About a 9-line difference, though, so they're on the same pace.
MJ jumping up a bit for the lead, 98,000. Very good, commendable score so far. You want to be right around 100K at there, and he gets another Tetris, bringing it up to 110 to Tolstoj's 66,000. Tolstoy's waiting on 2+ Tetrises here, and there's double long bars, dual Tetris. Gets it, bringing it right back up. Only about 30,000 differential between them.
Yeah, an excellent back-to-back Tetris there from Tolstoj. Up top, we've got DLB already hitting 100,000 at about 40 lines as well, compared to Gunter's 55K at 29 lines.
Just like his name holds true, you'll notice that every time he gets those Tetrises, he dances that long bar. It's his trademark.
A little bit of a Z burst has created a spire for Gunter, but at these speeds, it's not going to be too big of an issue.
Tolstoj quickly catching up, 117,000 to MJ's 125, but MJ also waiting on 2+ Tetrises potentially coming up, just waiting on his long bars. Not getting them. 2 O blocks. Ooh,
Does
playing with
decide
fire
to
there.
burn it out a little bit.
Yeah, nothing you can't handle off that. Ooh, the ZS burst. He's getting the burns down where he needs them though, so not a big deal.
It burns it out, gets Tetris ready again, still waiting on that long bar, however.
Quite the drought. And there it is, bringing it back for the Tetris. Oh, he knocked over the big Game Boy.
Now,
knocking over his set.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but NES uses the 7 bag, does it not?
No, it does not.
It does not, okay.
That's only modern Tetris. So
only modern Tetris uses the 7,
yeah.
alright.
Tetris Friends, if you'll remember, uses the 7 bags. I think TTR.io or something, whatever the modern version. I don't play the modern computer version, but I think that uses 7 bag as well. So up top, we got about a 20-line differential, 152,000 DLB to Gunter's 81,000 at 42 lines.
MJ and Tolstoj are neck and neck, both at 157,000. Just as I say that, Tolstoj bangs out a Tetris, getting rid of that O tower he had there.
Oh, yeah.
Burn the evidence. Burn it down. And just like that, gets a bunch more O's.
DLB having quite a lot of burns going on over there. Meanwhile, Gunter slamming out the next Tetris, passing the 100K to 105.
Gunter playing nice and slow. You can tell by the double zero at the end of his score there, he has not pressed down one single time during this game.
Yeah, I don't think he wants to put the added pressure on his Game Boy. The physical pressure.
That's possible. He does have a solder point in there that's weakened and needs resoldering for one of the battery contacts, causing a bit of an issue here for him.
But he's getting his Tetrises. He's coming back, and as he says that, DLB dancing the long bar, bringing it up to 183,000.
I think we may need to mail that man a new Game Boy.
Yeah, we'll start a relief fund for him. MJ bringing up the lead a little bit, 218,000 to Tolstoj's 196. Tolstoj setting up the T-spin while he gets his Tetris there. Now, what I've noticed no, couldn't get it. T's are actually not very common in GB Tetris, what I found. Or you get them at the absolute worst time, just with the way the percentage is set up.
You can see the evidence of an O tower there on Tolstoj's screen, and as well up on DLB's. The O blocks this game are just ridiculous. There was 5 there on Gunter's screen as well.
Oh yeah. Ooh. Very convenient long bar there for DLB, clearing up his stack. Now he's Tetris ready, waiting again. Good stacking. Gunter in a little bit of a dig situation over there. He's got to burn it out efficiently if he wants to come back. He's still got some work to do. 142,000 to DLB's 223,000.
Meanwhile, at the bottom, still very neck and neck. We've got MJ with 257k to Tolstoj's 238. Nice T-spin there, Tolstoj.
Very nice. And he gets it, and he's Tetris ready, slamming it out. It's going to bring Tolstoj up to 251,000.
MJ in a serious situation here.
Oh, yeah,
and
that's
he
not
does top out at 258,997. Tolstoj needing 259,000 for the win.
Now he could just line it out here. Got that good long bar, bringing it up. 256.
Just needs to get to 259,000 here. 2,000 points more should not be an issue for him.
No, a couple more lines and he's good.
Up top here, Gunter with a bit of a weird stack. Sitting at 146,000 to Dancing Longbar's 265k.
And we got MJ saying the RNG was his downfall. And that will give the match to Tolstoj, 260,000.
And just like that, Tolstoj does take the first round.
Yeah, there we go. Gives the fist bump. A sigh of relief, and Toni slamming it. We got the boys. We got Toni and Pascal.
Toni and Pascal
Get out of here,
coming
guys.
in.
Get out of here. I hope that's vodka, Tolstoj.
I need to make sure to always put them on the bottom right. Just so that we have that chair for the entire tournament.
I love the Pixar lamp that Tolstoy's using. It's very fancy. Oh, he's taking away his drink. What is that? Vodka. Yes, I called it. Excellent. Love to see it.
Gunter there for a second was at exactly 150,000 compared to DLB's 299,000. It's important to note that Gunter's still on level 9, has not transitioned yet.
No, has not pushed down.
MJ calling this game the RNG in the
normally
top.
MJ has good RNG though from his track record, but I guess maybe didn't like him there.
RNG sheesh with the two file names. That's some cooperation right there when they coordinate the file name. Oh, and it looks like we've got Toni there making a bit of a drink.
Yep. What are you pouring? Is that your blood, Toni? What are you pouring in there?
Putting some soda in there.
Okay.
All right, and when the players on the bottom are ready there, we can start up the next match.
Give a thumbs up. We got a thumbs up from Tolstoj. MJ, whenever you're ready. He looks like he's ready to go.
EuroChrisKA saying he's sad about the match down there because he would have liked to see both MJ and Tolstoj win. And we can start the next match on the bottom in 3, 2, 1. Tetris.
Now up top, we got Gunter just surpassing the 100k transition there with 193,000. Very respectable score. You can keep that up. He's got a little bit of a dig situation, but DLB working out his own dig there. Not Tetris ready, but 362,000k with about almost a 60 line differential.
Yeah, it's definitely... You can see how much DLB has been pushing down because we know that Gunter hasn't pushed down pretty much at all. Does now have a 40 point there, so he did have a bit of push down points at one point.
A very interesting, difficult setup there from Tolstoj to start. He's got a good slope going, but a little bit too much of a slope, so he's got to clear out some of the garbage. But he is Tetris ready at the bottom when it comes.
Yeah, and he is taking out the trash down there.
Oh, yeah.
And that J piece should be it for the trash.
No problem. Yep. Opts for the double to clear it out. Tetris ready now, and there's the long bar. There it is. bringing him up to 16,000 to MJ's 28. But just as I say that, he gets another Tetris for an even 40K.
Gunter here with a column 4 well. Has it blocked off, though.
Wow. He's got his Tetris prize awaiting him if he can clear it out efficient enough. Hasn't been a problem for him before, so shouldn't hopefully this time. Meanwhile, DLB getting up there very close to the level 20, which is the fastest speed. He's getting his Tetris for 448,000 to Gunter, almost half the score, 214,000 on his side. And it's coming up fast.
Gunter's still just trying to unblock that well, though.
Yeah, he's having a lot of trouble.
Just not getting the pieces he needs.
No. Those long bars to the left there are causing quite a bit of mischief.
Oh, that Z block blocking the well there that long bar would have fit so perfectly into.
Yeah.
Is just going to prolong the pain over there.
He's got a... didn't utilize the long bar to the left. But he's got a plan, it looks like. He's just waiting on the pieces. Will they come?
Oh,
no,
he does top out.
219K, which will give DLB that round. DLB just transitioning into level 20 speeds at 200 lines. DLB, you can top out at your leisure. GG's, both players. Down at the bottom, we got MJ with 102,000 to Tolstoj's slow pace there, 45,000, now 46. Waiting on 2 Tetrises, though. And there's his long bar coming up.
Excellent. DLB is ready for game 2, and it looks like Gunter is as well. So we can start the next match up top in 3, 2, 1. Tetris.
Tetris.
Down on the bottom here, we've got MJ sitting at 127,000 to Tolstoj's 82,000. So a bit of an early lead for MJ, but definitely not so much that Tolstoj can't catch it back up.
I noticed DLB put Gunter for his name for that win, which is kind of a tradition when we're doing these competitions. They've played together many times, so it's a very good level of sportsmanship between them.
Gunter, of course, here looking to maintain his title from last year, winning the first ever CTWCGB tournament.
Yeah, definitely an underdog story. If you haven't seen that, it's on our YouTube channel, GB Tetris YouTube. See if you can watch last year's there. And big shout out to Vince from CTWC for letting us make this happen here and helping us along the way.
Absolutely. We certainly wouldn't be getting this much viewership on our own Twitch channel there.
No.
Sitting at 170 viewers currently.
DLB in a bit of a pickle there.
Yeah,
very high up, very dangerous.
Absolutely not where you want to be this early on in the round.
No. He's very dangerous clear style there, but he's setting it up. Oh, he didn't get the O-burst there, thankfully.
Doing everything he can to make sure to avoid an early top out.
Yeah. Especially when you take the first round there. That's if you get an early top out right after that. I've been there and it's absolutely the worst. He's clearing it out though as it comes. Down at the bottom, we got about a 40,000 differential between the players. MJ clearing some trash, and Tolstoj, he's got a little dot there at the bottom, but he is Tetris ready and takes it, which will bring his score up to 149,000 to MJ's 172.
DLB just being methodical here, taking it out piece by piece.
Yeah, still working away. Sometimes you just don't get the right piece sequence and you're at that dig for sometimes 20, 30, even 40 lines if it's a really bad RNG.
And just like that, he's out of the woods. Just needs to clear out his Tetris wall now.
Yeah, he's got that Tetris prize waiting for him at the bottom.
Trying to avoid incurring any more line debt here.
Maybe setting up for a dirty Tetris along the way, but now he's just clearing it out.
Given Gunter some time to build a little bit of a lead here. 62,000 points at 25 lines. Again, not pushing down at all today.
Now at the bottom, we've got MJ with the transition into 102 lines with 211,000 to Tolstoj, who's pretty close by with 177,000. MJ in a little bit of a trouble with his stack there.
Tolstoj does transition here at 189, so not terribly far behind. Set up for a nice T-spin there. And does put it in. T-spin's a little bit harder on Game Boy than they are on the NES version.
Yeah, not as smooth, I find. You have to really time it better.
Yeah, those pieces stick a lot quicker on the Game Boy.
Yeah.
MJ with a real dirty stack there.
Yeah, that O block isn't helping much there, but he does get the piece he needs to clear it out. He's not horribly there, but Tolstoj is definitely caught up at 215,000, just 3,000 between them. And that Tetris he just got is going to push him past now to 229,000. Up top, we got a uncharacteristic lead now from Gunter. Both of the simul Tetris going on, but Gunter's a little bit ahead with 82,000 to 69,000 DLB.
Yeah, DLB still playing catch-up here. Bear in mind, he is 20 lines ahead and 20,000 points behind.
Yep, wasting no time getting those follow-up Tetrises dancing long bars along the way for 93,000. Now they're neck and neck to 95,000 on Gunter.
And Tolstoj and MJ just completely neck and neck here. 251,000 for MJ and 258 for Tolstoj.
Once you clear out the garbage and you get back in the groove, it's on. And they waste no time getting those Tetrises.
Tolstoj there with a nice glass of what the Russians call juice.
A very big eye dependency that's
Tolstoj just taking a gulp there while still moving his pieces around. Now that is gamesmanship.
Toni slipping apple juice in there so he can sober up a little bit. Getting those tucks in right where he needs them.
Andrew's in the chat starting to suspect organized doping on the Swiss team.
Yeah, we're going to have to do drug testing after this, so...
Nice burn there by Gunter with that J.
Yep.
And slots it in for a nice third wall Tetris.
Bringing him just past DLB, but DLB brings it right back with 132,000.
Still neck and neck down there for MJ and Tolstoj. 327,000 to 333,000. Just gorgeous play from both players down there.
So we got Minor Tyler's back, so after this match here, I'll pass the reins back to him there. And I'll be competing shortly after, so don't be too harsh on me. DLB up top, getting that little bit of a commanding lead back, but Gunter's following up with Tetrises of his own.
So yeah, 170,000 at the level 10 transition. Not a bad transition considering how
No.
bad of a state his board was in early in the game.
Yeah, with that much garbage, that's pretty respectable.
MJ back on cleanup duty here, just taking the trash out on those few pieces of garbage. Waiting for that line piece, didn't want to put the S there, so you take both pieces out real quick.
Tolstoj with a bit of a difficult stack on his own there. He's got high left, so he could make the choice to go for a dirty, but looks like he's just clearing it out pretty as he pleases.
Yeah, this late in the game, I don't think you want to try anything too crazy there. Does pass over the 400k transition at 170 lines.
MJ coming right back for a small lead at 407,000 into 186 lines, though. Both players coming up on the 200 line transition into the fastest speed, level 20.
Bit of a weird misdrop on Gunter's part there. Gonna have to slot in maybe an O block.
And that's
It
exactly
does put
what he
it
does.
in.
Perfect. Another long bar dependency, though, so he's had quite a few of those to work with this game.
Yep, now he's getting some not very good pieces. Has a bit of a spire there. Still on level 9, though. So the speeds aren't crazy. He should be able to recover.
Speaking of which, MJ just struggling down there with this RNG. A lot of cleanup to do, and he's fast approaching level 20 speeds.
Still neck and neck. Both these players sitting at 418,000 and 417,000.
Some lucky long bar is going to bail him out. And he's just surpassed into the 200 line mark, which is the fastest speed. He's getting the pieces he needs to clear it out. He really needs a long bar.
Couple of O blocks there. Definitely an opportune timing. Does get that long bar in.
There it is, but he's still got a long ways to go. Now Tolstoj coming up, and he's still got a little bit of cleanup. He's got the time, though, before the transition happens.
Both players still within 2,000 points, 1,000 points of each other. Oh,
And
MJ
tops
out at 429,000. Tolstoj getting to over 430,000 has taken a second point there.
Wow.
I don't know what's in that imported Russian water, but it seems to be working for him.
Both players' rockets going off. And up top, we still got Gunter, who has not passed the 100k barrier yet, and he's at 171,000 to DLB, who's got over a 50-line lead with 278,000.
Now, if you remember, DLB transitioned to level 10 at 170,000, so the two players are on exactly the same pace.
Yeah. Tolstoj giving MJ the props and his scoreboard there.
Saying MJGG. Oh, I put a heart in the wrong place there. Put it on DLB's board instead of Tolstoj's. Gizmo in the chat asking, what's wrong with Gunter? Gunter's Game Boy is having some technical difficulties due to a bad battery solder. So he's being careful not to move his Game Boy too much because it will hard shut down if it gets moved too much.
DLB in a bit of a tight spot here. We're just going to monitor this for a second before we start the next one. He needs those pieces. He's making it work, but just barely. Those last second rotations not enough.
308,000.
308,129.
And if the players on the bottom are ready, we got a thumbs up from Tolstoj and from MJ. They can start off their next match in 3, 2, 1. Tetris.
Tetris. Yes.
So up top, Gunter just needs to get 309,000 in order to take the round.
Playing it nice and slow and steady. He's got all the time he needs, and he's taking it. Taking no chances.
On the bottom there, MJ with a commanding 37 or 30-point lead, but then does get taken out when Tolstoj gets a Tetris there to bring him up to 12,007.
So we got Gizmo in the chat asking Gunter not pushing down for that reason. Yeah, that could be part of it. If your Game Boy is potentially malfunctioning, you don't want to be slamming down the down key. That wouldn't be good. Hangamaster's saying he loves Gunter's Zen playstyle. Just playing it cool.
MC Aronix, I can't pronounce
Aaron
that.
Ice.
Aaron
MC
Ice.
Aaron Ice.
Sorry. I'm looking at Twitch chat on my phone, which is about 5 feet away from me. Game Boys are not required, just use of official hardware. So no emulators for this tournament.
Yeah.
But
Basically,
like you can play on the Nintendo Switch, you can play it on the GameCube, Game Boy Player, Super Game Boys. The most interesting setup we have is MrFAQ, who is actually playing on an N64 using Pokemon Stadium 2 and a transfer pack.
Yeah, we have quite a few interesting styles for this to make it work. A little bit of a delay there with MJ's feed, but keep playing, MJ. You're okay.
And looks like it does refresh.
There we go.
Both players sitting at 51,000 points here. MJ stacked up to the sky here.
Ooh. He's got that J piece to make it work. Waiting on those Tetrises. Again, the droughts MJ has had to endure this game. Pretty wild.
FPGA hardware is currently not allowed. Just because we haven't done enough testing with it.
We do have friendly matches in off-season where you can use emulators. So if you just want to compete just like this, we do host it on our GBT channel. So join our Discord if you want to play just like this. And as long as it's not the official one, then yeah, you can use emulator if you want.
Yeah, the hardware requirements that we're talking about right now are specifically for this CTWCGB tournament.
And we got the Discord link right there in the chat.
And up top there, we've got Gunter just about to pass, and does pass the 309,000 threshold, earning himself his first heart.
GG, Gunter.
And DLB, if we can get a board clear there from you.
There it goes.
Excellent work there on the chase down by Gunter. Both players on the bottom here at 107,000. Tolstoj and MJ just perfectly matched, have been keeping neck and neck this whole time.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they compete together quite often, so they kind of know what to expect when playing against each other.
Yeah, friends and rivals down there.
Yep. That's what we're all about.
DLB ready for the next game. We still have a spare spot on Gunter's board, so no reset needed for him.
Yep. And Gunter giving the thumbs up, giving DLB on his scoreboard.
Both players up top can start for the next round in 3, 2, 1. Tetris.
Tetris. Down at the bottom, we got Tolstoj getting a little bit of a lead there. MJ waiting on that long bar to even it out for the dirty Tetris in the center well, and he gets it, closing that gap off a little. 136 to 144 Tolstoj.
Yeah, Regen asking about the RNG in the chat there. The RNG is much worse than NES Tetris.
By far, probably one of the worst in all of the incarnations of the game.
But that, in my opinion, just makes it more interesting, because you never know what's going to be coming up next.
Correct. Yeah, that's one thing we all contend with here.
I mean, you can reasonably assume that what's coming up next is going to be a long drought with a couple ZS bursts.
Yeah. And lots of O's. Up top, we got a bit of an early lead. DLB 16,000 to Gunter, who just brings it back with a Tetris of his own, coming up with 15,000.
Tolstoj taking a big breath there. On match point on the bottom, will MJ get himself on the board before their match ends? Just bad luck for MJ today.
He's got some score lead there, so he's got 190,000 to Tolstoy's 177. Tolstoj waiting on the long bar to bring it back up, though. Both players got relatively clean stacks. And there's his Tetris, bringing him back up just neck and neck again with MJ, 190 to 191.
MJ opting for the triple there just to transition his well back over to the left. Gunter here sitting at 31,000 to DLB's 43, but still 0 pushdown from Gunter.
We had a tortoise in the hair emojis in the chat there, just kind of displaying what the game up top is going like.
Tyler in the chat showing his support for MJ, saying he believes in him. We got Tolstoj transitioning at 205,000.
Now up top, surprisingly small line gap between them in contrast to the last match. 91,000 for DLB, 44 for Gunter, but still, DLB's kind of playing a little bit safer this match.
Yeah, DLB's been taking it a little bit more slowly on this match. Trying to get his stacked Tetris ready, but he's just getting weird pieces.
Nice Z spin there from MJ to clear it out, getting Tetris ready, burning off the junk, waiting for the long bar.
Couple
There
of
it is.
O blocks there for DLB will set up a line dependency.
Still got a lot of burning room there.
Oh, he blocks as well just as the long
Ouch.
bar finally comes. Down on the bottom there, still pretty neck and neck. MJ sitting at, getting a Tetris 291 to Tolstoj's 263,000. 28,000 point difference between those players.
DLB's starting to push down a little bit more, getting a little bit more confidence there, just passing the 100K barrier with 110,000 to Gunter, following up 83,000. Again, just playing it zen, playing it cool, and it's working for both of them. There he goes, dancing that long bar for his Tetris, 122K.
MJ widening that lead a little bit, but Tolstoj firing back, now sitting at about 31,000 difference between the two of them. Up top, we've got Gunter at 84,000 to 134,000 for DLB.
MJ wasting no times getting those Tetrises there, 346,000. Another Tetris bringing up to 366. He's going all out now.
Tolstoj
Really
sitting
wants.
at 313, about to slam down a Tetris, bringing that up 330,000, so 36,000 point differential there.
Another Tetris for MJ, bringing them up to 385. They don't want to. Both of them don't want to give the other room to breathe on this one because they know they'll take that opportunity to run with it. Ooh, Tolstoj with some garbage. Got to clear it out, but he's getting the pieces he needs. It's only level 14, so he should be able to handle it.
DLB up top there, dancing that long bar over for the Tetris.
Every time. I don't think I've ever seen an instance where he doesn't dance the long bar. The man is committed to his craft.
I mean, it is his brand, right? It's his whole
Yeah.
namesake.
The day he doesn't dance it is the day he retires, I say.
Gunter with a 9 and 10. Oh!
Top out, Tolstoj, 341, 726, I think. So 341K. That should give it to MJ there with 419K.
Yeah, that does give MJ the heart, and he is on the board. MJ looking, of course, to do the reverse sweep here.
We got Tolstoj Cuban between just to just soothe his jangled nerves. Anything to fidget with, take a sip of the vodka, take his mind off it. Sometimes you got to be somewhere else when you're competing like that.
Hey Tolstoj, what's your 3x3 Rubik's Cube PB?
No. 50. He just puts no.
No, okay. Fair enough. I think mine's like 58 seconds.
Tolstoj said his is 50.
Ooh, Tolstoj, cubing faster than I can. And if we can get some board clears on the bottom there for MJ and Tolstoj, just so that we don't have any scoring difficulties. Tyler in the chat, if there is an exact tie, the winner will be decided by a 1v1 cubing competition. I wonder what the overlap between cubers and Tetris players is.
There's quite a few of them. I've noticed that when watching some of the live competitions, they do tend to cube between matches like that, so quite high.
Up top there, we've got a 100,000 point difference here. Gunter sitting at 143,000 to Dancing Longbar's 243.
Yeah, they've narrowed the line differential there too, almost about 40 lines difference, it looks like, give or take. DLB having to clear out a bit of garbage there. That long bar helps. And I think both players, not sure where MJ went, but if we can get some thumbs up, we'll start you off soon. Yep, we got thumbs up. Once Tolstoj finishes his cube, and we got thumbs up.
Excellent. Those players can start off their next match in 3,
3,
2, 1. Tetris.
Tetris. Yes, MJ, we did the countdown. I noticed that Tolstoj, when he goes out the gate, he sets up a tuck most times. Not sure if that's strategy or just dealing with the RNG as it comes through.
Well, I mean, I find on Game Boy, early on, you're going to get those ZS's really early in almost every seed that you get. So
yeah,
starting off with a tuck is usually the right answer.
And it does work out for him with his Tetris out the gate, 12,000 points, but MJ's got his own. Neck and neck again. We'll see if it's mirrored from last one.
Still almost exactly 100,000 points between Gunter and DLB up top. Gunter, of course, still not transitioned quite yet.
No. A respectable score, 183,000 to DLB's 272, considering where they're at.
Anders saying MJ going hard for winning on pushdown points. And I will say, I do feel sorry for MJ's down key, because it's probably the most abused button on that Game Boy.
Yeah. MJ setting up the T-spin. And he's going to make it work. And there it is, with a Tetris to follow. Typing in between. Channeling his inner Scooty.
MJ saying, no, the left key is the one being
Yeah, exactly.
most abused. I can't imagine being able to type between lines.
No, yeah. Up top, we got DLB dealing with his own garbage there, getting the pieces he needs, but Gunter clearing it out on his own there. Again, playing very zen as he passes the 100-line barrier. 210,000, very respectable score. Playing it slow and steady, and it's working for him.
Tolstoj getting some bad RNG here. Is going to need to play cleanup for a while. This will allow MJ to get a little bit of a lead going.
Yeah, if MJ wants that commanding lead, opts for the triple instead of playing it risky there, but he follows up with the Tetris and a quick chat there. 78,000, Tolstoj 65, not too far off. Tolstoj can get the dirty if he waits for it, and there it is.
MJ typing during lines. Just responding in the chat repeatedly.
Much more difficult. This is why we're commentating, MJ. So you're playing in the World Championship here. So
yeah, the preliminaries for the World Championship. Man's reciting pros in the comments while playing.
Yeah. Again, we unfortunately didn't have Scooty joining us for this one, but we definitely got
Pop
that.
out there from DLB, just over 300k there. I'll need to wait for after the rocket for an exact score. But Gunter prepping up for the chase down again.
Tolstoj slamming out dirty Tetris after dirty Tetris, but he's loving every minute of it.
Yeah, both players still perfectly matched there, 115,000 points apiece. That S drop looked like a misdrop, but after that J tuck, you gotta wonder if it's intentional. Gunter aiming for 306,000 to take the round.
So 305, 370 on DLB's side. Shouldn't be a problem for Gunter. He's still only a level 13 speeds, getting into level 14. Couple unfortunate O blocks there might set him back a bit.
Interesting choice on that J piece there, deciding to place it up against the wall despite knowing it's creating garbage. Will easily burn it out, though. And with that S, he's going to open up as well.
Waiting on that long bar. Where is it? Bit of a drought. Opts for the triple just to deal with it. No longer Tetris ready, but he will be with these pieces coming up. Oh! Bad timing on the long bar.
Does opt for another triple there, just burning it out. He's got all the time in the world to line this out, just up to 306,000 points.
Down below, we got some reasonably clean stacks from both players, getting up neck and neck again. 147 MJ to 147 Tolstoj. Kind of mirrored from last round.
These two are so evenly matched. I need to see them in like a marathon competition. Let's just do best of 99 MJ versus Tolstoj.
Nothing will change.
The endurance match of the century.
Now we
MJ
got
waving his hands. No, 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 no.
Gunter is quickly coming up. He's at level 16 speeds. Opting for the double, clearing out the lines as needed. playing it safe. Very fast approaching the score he needs. If he can get 306, that'll take it no problem. And there's the 300K. What's he going to do it with?
Just needs 6,000 more points there.
Yeah. Could have used those long bars to set up for the Tetris. Sometimes, you know, they get cocky and they just go for it for a finisher. But it looks like he's lining out, playing it safe. Again, he doesn't trust his equipment to the full degree, so he just wants to take the dub.
Yeah, playing risky is a young man's game here. Gunter's trying to defend his championship title, just wants to get the win by any means necessary. And with that line, 305,560 does win it.
There it is, and 306 guarantees. Gunter, you can top out when you feel. Couple more for good measure. There we go, shaking it off. Down below, we've got both players nearing the 100-line transition there. Again, neck and neck with the score pretty much. 202 Tolstoj to 199 MJ, but MJ brings it back with a Tetris surpassing.
Excellent play there from Gunter.
I believe Gunter's wearing the same shirt he wore when he won the last championship. I think that's his, maybe his lucky shirt. Yes.
And if we can get a board clear here from Gunter. Yes, MJ did bring his own flag to his cam there.
Just to remind players where he's coming from. We do have quite a few finished players, so that's good to see on here.
We'll see if MJ can manage to finish first.
Ooh.
Can't have a Tetris tournament without some bad puns.
No.
Bit of a dangerous situation here for Tolstoj, though, as he's getting high.
He's only on level 11 speed, so it's not out of the realm of possibility, but he really needs those pieces. Oh, can he get that? Where's the long bar for it? Oh!
And he does top out at 231, giving MJ the second point and bringing us to our third decider.
Again. GG's to both players.
Here we go. We got DLB and Gunter up top, ready to go. We'll wait until the bottom players are ready to go and start this next match simultaneously.
If you're just joining us, this is
a bit of a misrotation there by Tolstoj. Will break the solve there. He was doing some very nice OLL, PLL, but just that missed rotation got his corners. Oh, he did get the solve. I thought the corners were out of whack there.
Get it right.
MJ showing off his bottle cap there with the Tetris pieces on it.
So if you want to join us and play just like these players here, I've put a link to our Discord in the chat. And all these players joined our Discord and are competing here for you. And you can be one of them later on if you want to get into the Game Boy Tetris scene.
Tolstoj giving the file name OLL there for orientation of last layer. Bit of a cubing reference. And we'll see if he can orient his matrix on this last game of Tetris here.
All right,
and with all the players ready here, we can start the next matchup in 3, 2, 1. Tetris.
Tetris. And they are off. Again, O-block tuck. Tolstoj just can't. He can't help himself. The man's got style. You got to give it to him.
and sets himself up for a line tuck.
Just to hammer it home. Yep. Boom. It's gone.
Finger guns at the screen as he gets his first Tetris. This is showmanship right here.
You can see he's having a great time. Up top, we're neck and neck. 1 Tetris each. Gunter 12,000, DLB 12,000. Very nice stacks from both.
MJ playing it high there.
High with the tucks. Ooh.
Same with Tolstoj, burning it out there.
Getting some questionable RNG for Tolstoj.
Oh my god, Tolstoj topping out.
Topping out with a risk.
MJ does take the round and completes the reverse sweep.
Wow. Just a reminder, you fly too close to the sun. It can and does happen all the time, and it's just that easy.
Oh no. MJ has taken the round there and will continue on in the tournament.
GG's to both players. Always love the decider. Sometimes it works out that way.
MJ just doing some sloppy drops here until he tops out.
Look at those long bar tucks there from MJ. No fear, going right through it. And we're going to bring it back to the top matches there. Good job for both players on the bottom. We got 36,000 for... Oh, he's bringing up his Tetris there. So we got
48 for Gunter.
Yep, neck and neck.
And
very close to the line.
62,000 for DLB there.
Yep. Now DLB playing it especially safe. He doesn't want to take too many chances with this one, knowing what's on the line. Especially with what transpired just down below.
Yeah, Tolstoj and MJ going for the lowest combined score decider that I think I've ever seen. An unfortunate match for Tolstoj there. And that does indeed make 3 deciders in a row. This couldn't be going better if we scripted it.
No. Yeah, we want it clutch, we want it tight, and that's exactly what we got here today.
I think for our next tournament, we should have the GB Tetris cubing competition.
Where Tolstoj knows he can win.
I don't know, that one I could compete in.
Can we get to 4 deciders? Tyler's saying in the chat. Let's see if DLB can bring it back. Got a lot of cleanup compared to Gunter's very clean stack over on the left. Hepta saying, play Tetris with one hand and then solve cubes with the other. I'd like to see that. I bet Scooty could pull something off and probably do something else with his feet while he's at it.
I mean, I'm solving cubes and watching Tetris right now. Gunter taking the lead here, 87,000 points at 35 lines. A very nice score.
2 long bar dependencies, but he gets one to clear it out.
And there's the other.
There's the other. Wow. Very lucky long bars. And we're back to clean stacks again. 84,000 DLB to an even 100,000 on Gunter's side with that Tetris. Oh, it was beautiful there for a second. That's what we love to see. DLB bringing it back, starting to hammer it home. But Gunter's firing right back with another Tetris, keeping that lead, 124,000 to DLB's 108. Now, I don't know if we have an interruption here.
There was a bit of stream lag there from Gunter, but
Yep.
it's back up and running now.
Yep. Okay.
DLB closing that gap here, 120,000, just 4,000 points behind Gunter.
Yeah. Wasting no time. Dancing that long bar, bringing it up ahead at 132,000. Ooh. Gunter with a little bit of burning he has to get done there up top.
Looks like Hepta would be our champion if we did a cubing competition. Has an average of 7.5 seconds on 3x3 cubes. Oh, a top out there by Gunter will give DLB his second point.
And is that our fourth decider today?
That is our fourth decider. Every single match going into round 5.
Very nice. GG's to both players, waiting on the Rockets. Will DLB get his revenge from last year's tournament? We'll have to see, MJ. Both players know what's on the line. Got Gunter with the thumbs up.
There we go. And DLB is ready. So they can start off their decider match in 3, 2, 1.
Tetris. Good luck, boys. I love the border there on DLB's imagery. He's got the classic Tetris Game Boy box art.
Yeah, it's a very nice border there.
As I said before, this is probably the most played version of Tetris as it was paired with the Game Boy, and it's got quite the most sales there too. Very widely known. Gunter patiently waiting for that long bar. DLB waiting on his next second Tetris. Ooh, opts for the triple there. Removing his Tetris ready, but getting it back with that Z piece. Or S piece, rather. And there's the long bar danced for DLB, bringing it up. Surpassing the points with 24,000 to Gunter's 15K.
Yeah, DLB playing a lot slower than he was at the beginning.
Yeah, he kind of got that Deus Ex Machina on the last one, but I don't think he's going to rely on that. He wants to keep it safe.
Good decide to switch the position of that Z piece there so you had room for the O block.
Utilizing that double well, nice. Burning as needed. Dealing with the ZS burst. Waiting on that long bar. There it is. Dance it over, boy. Nice. And that'll give him the lead at 49,000, but Gunter coming back up with a Tetris of his own, 39,000, closing the gap. Again, in the start, both players very close in lines, and then you just see how it deviates as DLB wants to solidify it there in the later lines. Very interesting gameplay styles from both players.
Hepta in the chat saying he has beef with the O block. I think all Game Boy players have beef with that O block.
Yeah. The bane of our existence. O blocks and ZS bursts when you're like 10 high and level 17, as it always happens.
Beautiful stacking here from DLB.
Gets
Does
the
burn
triple
it
burn
out as
there.
he's on a little bit of a drought.
I think he's waiting for that double Tetris, but he's not getting the long bars where he needs them. Got quite a few droughts this match.
And does get his first
There
long
it
bar
is.
over there, bringing him up to 68,000 compared to Gunter's 53. Another Tetris will bring DLB up to 80,000 points.
Now he's starting to close the line gap there, bringing it past. Again, still playing it safe, but as the round progresses, you'll notice that he gets further and further in lines, just because he really wants to keep that ahead pace. Which is a strategy. If you can get the high score out the gate, then you can kind of take it easy going into the later levels.
Both players still very similar on line counts, only 8 lines difference at this point. Gunter there with 666 points, 66600. Does bring it up to 78,000, now just 3,000 behind DLB. Sets himself up there for a line tuck. DLB blocking off his well here. Gonna have to burn that out so he can get his well free.
Yeah, he's running
Gunter
into that
takes the
before.
opportunity to take the lead at 90,000 points.
Patiently waiting for that long bar. Burning is needed. Doesn't want to keep it too high. But it seems like the long bar is on vacation for DLB, so no dancing thus far. Quite a drought going on. Not uncharacteristic, but he's burning efficiently and keeping it right where he wants. I think he's... Well, ooh, got to be careful with those old blocks. Oh, a last second timing. That's going to be a difficult thing to work with. He's going to burn it out efficiently here, though. If he can get the right piece sequence. And opts for the tuck, but using the O block to clear it out and skim it. Blocking it off again.
Had to with that S piece coming. And
Yep.
burns that out real quick. With
Yep.
that O block, he'll become Tetris ready again.
Perfect. Now how long will he have to wait for this one? Oh, blocks it off again. Luckily, he doesn't have too many ill-timed long bars there. So that's working in his favor, but it's just they're not showing up for so long. The droughts that he's getting hit with. This is just one of the big disadvantages of natural RNG of this game.
Has taken the lead, though, there with 105,000 points compared to Gunter's 93,000.
I'm just flabbergasted at the drought that he's enduring here. He's got to be at least a 30-40 piece drought at this point. Not unheard of, but very, very unfortunate. And he's working through it like a champ. Despite facing the champ. And now both players clean. Getting set up. Beautiful. And simul Tetris. Bringing him up DLB with a slight lead there, 131 to Gunter's 121k.
Gunter is, however, behind by 60 lines. Or, sorry, has 60 lines, behind by 24 lines.
Ooh. Nice skim there from DLB, clearing it out, no problem. And he is Tetris ready, waiting on that long bar. Hopefully he won't have to wait too long this time. Sorry if I give you the commentator curse. Gunter working with his own clearing down there at the left.
DLB with a nice stack there. You can tell how few lines he's getting by the amount of residual pieces.
Just kind of comes with the triple there, dances it over. One Tetris, better than none. Keeping that lead, 149k to 123 Gunter. Gunter setting up for the dirty on the side there. Nope. Unless, oh. One shy. Oh, he's still setting up. Very bold move there from Gunter. He's, with how zen he's been playing. Sets up a tuck, too, with it. Keeping it center
DLB
well.
about to transition to level 10. Does so at 161,000.
Yeah. Not the greatest, but nothing he can't work with. And we got Gunter saving it up for some reason with the dirty Tetris that's blocked off by just one little dot there. Can he utilize it?
2 long bars.
That's the price you pay. You pay your taxes on that, and you gotta wait for it. Now, will he get hit with a drought is the question.
In life, only 3 things are certain.
Yeah.
Death, taxes, and getting long bars at the worst moment.
He gets it there for his center well dirty. Bringing him up to 137, but DLB closing that gap. And you can tell, as I said before, he's going to close the line differential very quickly. He wants that commanding lead as quickly and soon as he can. And he's getting it, dancing his long bar over there, fast approaching 200k, 191 to Gunter's 139. Gunter's still holding out. I'm not sure what kind of dirty game he's playing up top there, but will it work for him?
We've got DLB closing in on 200,000 points there, sitting at 192,000 at Gunter's 140.
Gunter really wants that sidewell Tetris there. He's waiting patiently. Not giving up hope. And there it is. It has paid off. Savor it, Gunter. That's yours to cherish.
DLB sitting at level 12 here. Speed slowly increasing for him.
Keeping it relatively high up. Like, he's got his Tetrises banked. It's just the amount of droughts and the amount of burns that he's been forced to do. Not working in his favor, but he's making it work.
Now, if I remember correctly, DLB transitioned about 160,000. We've got Gunter slowly coming up to transition here, just 10 lines away.
Yeah, it should be pretty even in that aspect for pace.
Ooh, bad time for an S block there. Has to create some more garbage.
Yep. It's going to play it clean. Probably a couple tucks set up here. Yep. DLB keeping his stack sloping immaculate there. The perfect burns, waiting it up, and it's paying off with those clean Tetrises, one after the other, as he brings up to 257 to Gunter's 155. But with that
see
speed,
the O block movement there, wanting to move it over so that he could use the line piece there. That kind of careful consideration under pressure that makes good players.
Now they're back, both on track there, keeping their stacks clean. Gunter waiting on his Tetris. DLB short to follow. Didn't dance that long bar, though, as he took it. Now, it's level 14 speed, but still. At this point, you don't care about save and face. You just want to take them as they come.
DLB about to pass that 300k barrier as soon as he can get a line piece, but it's just not coming for him.
No. Ooh, risky with that O block coming up. Can he get the right pieces?
And it looks like MJ might have cursed him there in the chat.
No, and he tops out 297, 354. This will be quite the chase down for Gunter, who's playing it slow and steady over there. Nothing out of the realm of possibility, but he's still got a ways to go, and he just transitioned through to level 10 speeds.
Sorry, it wasn't MJ in the chat, it was Richard Wolf 6 saying, imagine DLB topping out at 300k-ish and Gunter chasing him down.
We've got a psychic in the chat. Stay out of there when I play, unless you're foretelling me to win.
So 297,354 points is the target to beat.
All
So
right.
298,000 will take the match here for Gunter.
He's getting his Tetrises. He just passed the 200k barrier. He's setting up some tucks, keeping it clean. But as that speed increases ever so much, he's got to keep it safe. Opting for the triple. He wants to keep that double well open. Except for that long bar placement over there, so he's working reverse.
Does set himself up a dependency here.
Yeah. I think he's going to burn it out, because he doesn't have too far to go. But he can't play it too risky either. Especially during a decider. Just missed the dirty there with a triple. 209, 500. Cleaning it up nice. He can set up his next one. Depends how risky he wants to play it here, knowing what's on the line.
And if Gunter does take this, you know that he's going to be tearing apart his Game Boy just to resolder it between matches here.
Every millimeter of that thing is getting cleaned.
Now, mind you, each player is only going to play once today because we're just getting it down to a top 8 before we continue the tournament next month.
Yeah. So this is the preliminaries for the top 16 to determine the top 8 finalists, which I believe will be held on May 26th.
May 26th is the date. Yes, I just checked.
Okay, good.
So he'll have 28 days to get that Game Boy in working order if he can manage this chase down.
Yeah.
Again, looking for 298,000 points.
Not too far away, and he's setting up his Tetris stack nicely.
DLB waiting with bated breath, hoping for some terrible RNG.
Could have got ready with that long bar. Decides to keep his slope going, though, with that double well. Very good strategy, especially in his position. Now he can get Tetris ready with this, and he does. Will that long bar come right when it needs to, though?
Yeah, just playing conservatively, playing carefully, and if you remember last year, that's what won him the tournament last year, was just playing consistently and conservatively the whole time.
Paying off as those Tetrises come through. No pressure whatsoever through him. He's playing it cool. You can see he's pure focus right now. He knows what he needs to do. Keeping the double wall burns going. Love it.
Richard Wolf says, playing so conservatively his taxes lowered.
Beautiful stacking there. And next Tetris comes up. Level 15 score. Few lines will do it.
Yeah, just needs 4,000 more points here to get up to that 297,540, which would win.
Still stacking it. Utilizing the double well once more. Taking up for the double with a double-double.
Opportunely looking for that 298,000.
Yep. Cut it as close as you can. Oh,
and
he could have just
like
taken the line. Yep.
He did just beat it with that 297,420.
Yep. One line to ensure it. 298. Perfect. So Gunter, you can top out when ready.
And Gunter, congratulations. You will be in the top 8 again this year.
GG to both players.
A well-fought match on both sides here for our 4th decider of the day. Excellent work to both players. We're going to go back to our bracket here, which will be updated soon, and we'll be right back once we're set up for the next match. And we are back.
And I am also back from my technological hiatus.
Miner Tyler joining us again for commentary.
But yeah, if you're just now tuning in, this is our Game Boy Championships, which we host every year. And every single match so far has been a very exciting one at that and has led to a decider.
We'll see if the trend continues here. We've got on the top here Toni versus CTWCGB, and on the bottom Paniac versus RoccoRicci. RoccoRicci? Not sure if it's Ricci or Ricky.
I think it's Ricky. Oh, no, I was wrong.
Now, Crusher actually came in. He did not place in the top 16 seeds, but did come in as a backup here. Because his qual was high enough there that when we had a player drop out, he was in line there. So we'll see how he fares here in his, I believe, first tournament showing here against Toni, our number 2 seed.
That makes for an exciting story. It's always nice to see when players barely squeak their way in and then actually do really well in the tournament.
We've definitely got some interesting matches here coming up. And players are just warming up here, and then we'll get things in line once everybody's on the level select screen. Yeah, a big thank you to all of our viewers here today. We're sitting at, as MJ just pointed out in the chat, 164 viewers.
Yeah, we've really got quite the show. A lot of people are really liking to tune in to see this classic game be kind of glorified in this competitive manner. So we really appreciate all of you being here. It's what keeps us alive, keeps us doing our thing. So thank you very much for being here.
Rascal, Chris will be playing in the next set.
But yeah, definitely from what I've seen so far, we've had some phenomenal Game Boy Tetris today, and I think that trend is definitely going to continue as we go into these last 8 matches.
And if we can get Toni to get to the level select screen there, along with Crusher. All right, good luck to all the players there. Toni quickly solving the cube.
Yeah, a lot of cubers today.
In his CTWCGB shirt.
Love that shirt. Where do you think I can get one of those?
Well, if you type in !merch, I believe, in the chat, you can get it right there.
Very nice.
Excellent. And the players can start off this first match in 3, 2, 1. Tetris.
Tetris. All right, here we go. I feel like there's nothing more satisfying than watching 4 Tetris matches simultaneously start up at the same time.
It's always a satisfying feeling. Rocco getting a weird O block there, having to start off with a double followed by a single.
And it looks like Crusher's right now starting off with actually a right well set up.
It's atypical to see, but sometimes players who played a lot of NES Tetris do just prefer the right well for feeling.
Right, and that's actually what I first did when I played Game Boy Tetris. I remember I would sit in the back of my calculus class, completely not paying attention, but I would play a lot of Game Boy Tetris, and I would just use the right well because it's what I was used to, which for a lot of players is better than switching to something unfamiliar.
The left side of the screen here, taking early leads here. Paniac is 26,000 to Rocco's 14, now 26, and they're tied. Up top, we've got Toni with 48,000 to Crusher's 36.
Yeah, these players are slamming down a lot of Tetrises as we speak.
Absolutely. Like, just as we say that, Crusher ties it up, 48,000 apiece.
Yeah, the tides are definitely turning very quickly with some high scoring. You can see Tony's got a massive stack there, just waiting on that long bar. A very good slope, though. Yeah, we're definitely seeing a lot of very high scoring, efficient play. If this keeps up, we're going to definitely see some really high transition scores. That was a nice long bar flat burn from Rocco there.
UndG 111 there in the chat asking how we stream this. I basically do all of the streaming, so I pull up each player's individual stream on one monitor, and then I've got my OBS on the other monitor. And they're playing all using what's called a Game Boy interceptor, which is capturing a direct feed of their Game Boy.
Toni gets the long bar tuck, also known as the Vits, tucking the long bar vertically under the stack.
Crusher has a bit of an odd stack going on there, some garbage to clear out, allowing Toni to get a nice advantage here, 102,000 to Crusher's 67,000. Down on the bottom here, Paniac with 123,000 to Rocco's 87,000.
All right, looks like CodeCrusher got things a little cleaned up, just kind of going off of one row of garbage on the bottom there, but that should be no issue on level 9. Toni having to, was going to take the burn, but actually shifts it back so that way the long bar can still provide a Tetris. That was very nice.
Some excellent last-minute decision-making there.
Yeah, everyone's keeping up with this high score right now. We got 130,000 for Toni, 106,000 for Crusher, and on the bottom we have 140,000 for Paniac and 103,000 for Rocco.
MJ pointing out that Toni is the last hope for the Swiss in this one.
That's a good point. Yeah, we do have a lot of really good diverse representation every single time we do one of these. A lot of different countries have a lot of players sending their love to the Game Boy community.
CodeCrusher here representing America, so he's probably your favorite to win if you want some national pride there.
Oh, absolutely. America number 1.
I'm pinning all my hopes on Andrew for Canada.
Well, all players are looking clean. Players are getting a lot closer to getting 200,000 already, and we haven't even come close to transition yet.
Yeah, definitely. Everybody's on excellent pace here.
Now, here's the real important question. Are we going to see the quadruple max out?
That would be a game for the ages. Especially considering the 300 line cap.
How hard is it to get a max out on a 300 line cap?
Pretty difficult, I would say. The RNG definitely has to be in your favor, and you have to play it perfectly.
Yeah, I imagine you have to be going for a lot of Tetrises post 20.
The world record, thank you MJ, is 288 lines by EuroChrisKA.
For perfect play?
Yeah, for earliest max out.
Oh, earliest max out. That's phenomenal. It's no surprise that it's EuroChrisKA, though.
Waiting on confirmation from ChrisKA in the chat to see if that's the correct amount there.
All right, players are comfortably getting into the 200,000s, and we're approaching transition very quickly on all fronts here.
Yeah, Toni transitions with a 214 there. 221 for Crusher.
And looks like Paniac is very soon to transition. The next line clear will do it. And looks like that burn will send him into transition at 251,000. Now slamming down a Tetris in level 10 for 265. And that goes against Rocco's 162,000. But
Rocco's
keep in mind,
still 19 lines there.
Yeah, 81 lines. Now Crusher is getting a little high here, so we're going to have to see how he gets out of this. That long bar will help. All right, now we're just looking for something for that left side. That long bar will do it. And then probably one more piece is going to finish out this burn. There we go. Now just waiting on the long bar for that Tetris. And he's going to get it.
And Paniac there sitting at 321,000, just going fast here. RoccoRicci taking it slow, just breaking the 200k barrier there with 210,000.
Right, and this definitely isn't the first time today that we've seen a difference in play style. As we saw earlier with Gunter, being able to advance while playing it's nice and slow and steady. Definitely gave him as much time as possible to think and strategize.
Toni breaking the 300k barrier at 128 lines here, compared to Crusher's 280,000 points. Setting up for a dirty second column Tetris there.
This definitely is the highest score we've seen at all four boards at once. Looks like Toni's finishing out some burns there.
These are some excellent scores for competition.
Oh, for sure.
It's definitely one thing to get a nice high score when you're playing repeatedly until you get a good enough seed, but when you're in competition and just taking what you get, these are some very impressive scorings.
Oh, exactly. I mean, you just think about whenever you're playing casually, trying to get a high score, and you just think about how many times you're resetting the game, how many times you're topping out. These players don't have that luxury, so the scores they're getting are just a really true testament to just their true skill level.
Crusher was up really high there with some garbage to clear out, but managed to get it down and slot in for two Tetrises there. Beautiful play, taking the lead with 393,000 to Toni's 360.
Down on the bottom, we have 384 for Paniac versus 283 for Rocco, who again is about 30 lines behind, which gives some time to catch up. The combined score of all four is definitely over 1 million at this point.
UndG111 saying Toni looks like a medieval scribe in his cell writing his new book.
That's true. There's just some raw, unfiltered energy and intent with everything he's doing right now.
He's writing the book of Tetris right now.
And I would say it's about to be a bestseller. 425,000 in level 16.
But he's got some time to catch up to Crusher there, who still maintains the lead with 479,000.
Yeah, these players are flying through the levels now. Yeah, with Crusher now at level 18. Transition is coming for level 20 very soon.
On the bottom there, the disparity in score is growing as Paniac's hitting 473,000 to Rocco's 294.
Yeah, and I definitely love watching this quick versus slow playstyle mechanic unfold in when these players are put up against each other, because it definitely leads to a lot more chase down type games, which are really fun to watch.
Now, what's really interesting about this match here is that all four players are playing with different styles. We do have a top out from Crusher at 507,000.
All right, Toni, you're looking for 508,000, I believe it was.
And he passes it.
Very nice. Well, that's a solid game to start the match for Toni versus Crusher today.
Absolutely great play there, Crusher, who is thumb tapping, which is not a very common play style here.
Yeah, thumb tapping is definitely tricky. I've tried it before, but it's definitely not one of the most common strategies.
And we've got Paniac on the bottom there, with a cat on his lap, playing with his thumbs, just chilling, about to hit that level 20 transition.
Yeah, that's always fun to watch, is when players are just totally in a flow state, just having a good time.
And he transitions at 534,000 to Rocco's 350,000. And if we can get a board clear here from you, Crusher, just so that the scores are wiped. UndG111 saying he's not sure if we're all live. I am indeed live. And the commentary voice is not AI.
As much as we would like it to be.
I would love to be an AI. Can we just upload me to the cloud already?
I'm sure that'll probably be feasible within the next 10 years.
All right. And once both players up top are ready there, we can start round number 2. Crusher, excellent game for your first tournament game here. And they can start up their next match in 3, 2, 1. Tetris. RPG Pro asking what the world record is. If you're talking about tournament play, we have had max outs.
Yeah, what was that? What was that really phenomenal match we had in the finals last year with Blue Scooty?
So Blue Scooty didn't play in the or didn't win in the CTWC, but in a Game Boy Tetris Discord Championship, he did max out twice in one tournament.
Oh yeah, that was definitely a phenomenal show right there.
Paniac just going wild here, almost at 600,000 points.
Yeah, speaking of phenomenal shows, look at what's happening in the bottom left.
That would be our second 600K of the day.
Yeah, those triples in Tetris definitely add up in level 20.
Paniac does nail the 600 there. And Rocco trying to catch up there at 417,000. Starting to have a little bit of trouble with the speeds, it seems.
Looks like Toni set up for another Vitz. We're going to have to see if those long bars come. But yeah, there's 2 long bar dependencies on the board. So that's going to be a little bit tricky to navigate, especially with these rough pieces here.
Paniac setting himself up for a Tetris on level 20. Does decide to burn it down. Rocco does top out, however, giving Paniac the win.
Yeah, some very great first games here from all these players. I don't think we've seen this high scoring yet.
Paniac, I believe, coming closest to the line cap as we've seen today with 260 lines.
Yeah, if the matches continue to be of this caliber, I think we're going to have some amazing stuff today.
Mods in the chat, definitely get ready on that print screen button when players get up that high.
Oh, yeah.
Up top here, we've got Toni with 50,000. Crusher, however, sitting at 86,000. Definitely some good efficiency so far, given that he's actually below on lines.
Yeah, he actually just got a very nice dirty Tetris there that cleared it out perfectly for the next one. Speaking of, there's another Tetris there, and then this S piece should allow for that burn. Oh, but opts use the T piece. It's actually a little bit better for the stack.
There we go. A little bit of cleanup here for Crusher. Does manage to clean it up and get Tetris ready here with another dirty Tetris setup.
Will he get the center well Tetris? All depends on that long bar.
So many L blocks.
And there it is.
And he's already set up for another one. And once the players on the bottom are ready, just give me a thumbs up.
Ooh, Tony's getting dangerously high here, and that's going to be it.
Toni tops up. And that gives Crusher the win. Crusher, you can top out at your leisure.
All right, that puts it at 1-1 up top. Yeah, Crusher waving his arms in victory. I think.
GG's to Crusher on that one. An unlucky early top out there by Toni gave him the win.
Yeah, 2 thumbs up from CodeCrusher.
And we'll just wait for the top row to be ready as well so that we can start them both off at the same time. People comparing cubing times in the chat. My best time is 43 seconds, and my average of 12 is 108, which is terrible in the world of cubing.
It's better than you think. I mean, you know, it's all about comparison.
Not compared to Dr. Pi there.
I did get an 1130 back in high school. But that was ages ago.
All right, and when the players up top are ready, we will start up with the next match here. And we can start off the next game in 3, 2, 1. Tetris.
Very nice. We are hopefully on our way for 2 more deciders. I'm a huge fan of deciders personally.
Last game was definitely a marathon game from Paniac and Rocco. You got to wonder how those long games are going to affect them as the set continues.
Oh yeah, because some players really try a little bit too hard to keep that up, and we've seen some very early top outs today just as a result of trying to stack high and get as many Tetrises as possible.
Crusher already slamming down his second Tetris here. He's playing insanely fast.
I think this is a good time to remind the players that this is not actually a speed running event.
Well, Crusher seems to think it is, getting his third Tetris.
Wow.
Big O-Spire there for Toni. Definitely not what you want to see this early on in the game. Luckily, with the speed so low, it's nothing you can't manage.
Paniac's going to have to figure out a way to get around that hole there. Opts to take the split triple and is probably going to build on top of it for the time being.
Yeah, at these speeds, having your matrix 1 high doesn't matter that much. Crusher taking an early lead with 60,000 points to Toni's 19,000.
And then on the bottom, we have 39,000 for Rocco to 55,000 for Paniac. Toni is set up with quite a big, dirty center well there. It's not going to be Tetris ready, but it'll be good for a triple if he gets that long bar.
Paniac still just looking to get into a good place with his stack here. 29 lines in, only 25,000 points.
Yeah, this is quite the unfortunate situation. Are we going to see that T-spin, though?
Beautiful T-spin.
I think that was a T-spin tuck right there, or whatever that was. All I know is it looked really cool.
Crusher having a little bit of stacking problems himself, though, so this does give Toni the chance to kind of clean things up a little bit. And as I say that, Crusher turns it into an opportunity. And just code crushes the Tetris in.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely some very nice play. I've seen a lot of interesting dirty setups for CodeCrusher there, and he really seems to find good ways to navigate that and then also get out of it afterwards.
Definitely looking forward to seeing more of his play. Down on the bottom here, we've got Paniac with the lead here with 118,000 to Rocco's 90,000.
Both players getting a simul Tetris and increasing their scores accordingly. And looks like Toni's board is doing a lot better than it was earlier.
Yeah, Toni finally in a place where he can start scoring some actual points.
There we go. Gets a very nice L piece to fill that dependency. And there's the long bar for the Tetris. Gets 59,000. CodeCrusher sitting right at 100,000.
Does switch over to a left well there.
Toni's building up quite a few holes there up on his stack, so he's going to have to navigate that for the next few pieces here.
Toni in a bit of a weird position again with some garbage. Shouldn't be too much trouble to clear it out, though.
Crusher's getting a little high here, so we're going to have to see if there's any burning opportunities. Has to put some stuff on the left to block the well temporarily.
Very good adjustment on that L block in preparation for that J to burn it out and get the Tetris.
Yeah, that might have saved the game right there.
On the bottom here, Paniac with a beautiful stack, leading by 10,000 points. Definitely a close game.
That was a really good adjustment there for Toni. Slid the piece over to create a perfect spot for that L piece, and now that square is going to really help burn that out. Going to convert back to that left well. And all players are looking clean right now.
For just a second there, Rocco was in the lead before Paniac slammed down another Tetris to take it back. Still maintaining that 10,000 point lead on the bottom.
Oh yeah, especially as we continue to see better and better players in the scene. It's harder and harder to fight to keep your lead. Crusher is going to need a long bar to fill that dependency. Does get the long bar. Unfortunate timing on the square, but it's going to be easy to burn out. All right, we've got 126,000 for Toni up on the top left, and on the top right, Crusher crushing down a Tetris, and 2 Tetrises actually, now at 191,000.
Yeah, nice 221k transition by Paniac. We're about to see transition from Crusher up at the top there, and he will transition with 203,000 to Toni's 138k. Toni not on a good pace this game.
Yeah, we have been seeing more and more 200k transitions, so this otherwise decent score in comparison is actually not doing as well.
Rocco on a pretty good pace himself.
Let's see if Toni gets a long bar here. Actually opts to block the well for just a little bit just to get some things cleared out. And does get the long bar, slams down a Tetris. That's going to increase the score to 154,000.
Transition at 142, though.
What an interesting board there. If you look over on Rocco's side right now, he's got quite a few tucks to accomplish, and he does indeed get all the tucks. Just looking to kind of fill this too wide hole in his stack right now.
Yeah, the one time that you're looking for the O-burst.
Yeah, exactly. This would be a fantastic time, but of course, no squares in sight.
Paniac setting himself up for a dirty Tetris, but decides to start burning it out.
Yeah, there's really no time to take too many risks in this game.
Paniac starting to get his score up there, trailing by about 75,000 points, 172,000 to 250,000. But Crusher in a bit of a position there, did not get the tuck on that line piece.
This is getting quite dangerous. A long bar would be fantastic right now. Has to make do with the J piece. Gets the T all the way to the right.
On the bottom here, Paniac with 282,000 to Rocco's 244, but about a 35 line difference between the two players.
Whew, CodeCrusher's got my heart racing up there. But he's able to take it down.
Paniac just sitting there playing Tetris, laying back, relaxing, looking like he's just having a casual day.
Yeah, it's so funny to see the dichotomy. We have Paniac down there just totally relaxing. And then Toni up there, he's in super focus mode. So is Crusher, and this is getting a little high back again on Crusher's board now.
Yeah, Crusher really fighting it down. Toni's trying to take the opportunity to catch up here. He's sitting at 226,000 to Crusher's 272,000. Rocco playing it nice and slow here. Still at level 12 while every other player is at 14 or 16.
Yeah, I definitely believe there's a big advantage to taking your time in Game Boy Tetris especially. And a lot of times you see the best adjusting from those players that kind of take things slow.
Getting
Crusher
some
just
weird
fighting.
pieces here.
Looks like Crusher is able to get it down finally. Set up for a Tetris. Looks like he had a little sigh of relief there.
Still maintaining the lead against Toni. Toni sitting at 252,000 to Crusher's now 312.
Yeah, Crusher's been demonstrating some really good skill on that front.
Rocco still sitting on very excellent pace. He's behind on score, but with a 40 line difference. His pacing is excellent.
Yeah, this is really looking like the start of a very good chase down, except we're getting some bad square timing there. Opts to put that J piece to the left. An L piece would be great right now, but isn't quite getting it. Has to wait for a long bar now.
Does
However,
get
that
it
does
for
give
a
him a
dirty Tetris. Paniac with a
That's always
very
satisfying.
weird matrix over there, trying to sort it
Ooh.
out.
Toni's in some trouble. That might be it. Unless he can get some very good moves here. Gets the long bar all the way over to the right. That was a crucial T-piece right there.
Yeah,
Just
it
need
does
something for
start
that.
burning it out. Oh, but tops out at 270,000, and so does Paniac simultaneously, and Crusher tops out.
Crusher. Hopefully someone got a screen grab of that, because I did not catch those scores.
So Crusher did take the round up top. I do not know what Paniac had when he topped out.
I believe it was 387, but I cannot confirm that.
Yeah, we'll wait for verification on the scoreboard there.
I have never seen 3 simul top outs before.
Rocco just playing calmly there. And the score to beat is 387,000. So if you can get up to 388 there, Rocco, you will take the round.
And just like that, just as we called it, his slow pacing has allowed him to have a huge benefit in this situation, because now he can really choose the way that he wants to play instead of being forced to make decisions he doesn't want to. Although there isn't much time with level 20 coming very rapidly.
Yeah, it looks like he's opting to line it out as much as possible here.
Yeah, not a bad decision with less than 20,000 to go.
Starts setting up here. Level 18 speeds with only 11k.
In less than 10,000 to go now. These doubles are definitely helping. And that triple might do it.
That triple indeed does do it. Congratulations, Rocco. You have taken the point.
Very nice. That's going to tie it up 1-1 on the bottom there. And up top, we have a 2-1 lead for Crusher. So if Toni wins this match, we will indeed have our 5th decider.
We got some board clears happening up top. Bottom row should still be fine. Shouldn't need any board clears down there. Excellent play there from Rocco with the chase down.
Yeah, this set has definitely already produced some exciting matches, so I'm excited to see how this unfolds.
Oh, we do need a board clear here from Rocco, and then we can get underway. We'll just start everyone at the same time. Rocco warming those hands. Board clear is just restart your Game Boy. So there's no scores on the scoreboard. Blue Scooty will max out as soon as you start participating in the CTWC tournament. Or maybe in the next round when EuroChrisKA plays.
All right, we've got 4 lovely empty scoreboards. We're ready to go.
Yeah, just waiting on Crusher to return here.
Oh, that's okay. He'll catch up anyways.
There we go. And if all players are ready, we can start the next round up. Toni in the chat saying, good luck, have fun, Crusher. And we can start the next round in 3, 2, 1. Tetris.
Tetris. Paniac starting off with that nice little tuck there. Always appreciated. All right, Toni gets the first Tetris of the match.
Very nice stacking there from Rocco in the bottom. Hasn't pushed down at all, hasn't gotten any lines, just setting himself up.
Yeah, Rocco's really doing everything he can to keep his stack low. You just really can't risk getting up too high in Game Boy Tetris unless you're really prepared for it. And Rocco getting his first Tetris of the match.
I haven't opened my window in here as it's 26 degrees Celsius in my room right now.
Now, what does that mean in American?
Let me see what that is in Freedom Eagles here. 78.8 degrees Freedom Eagles.
I usually prefer football fields per McDonald's.
Oh, that's fair.
I saw a news headline that said that they spotted a meteor the size of 4 baby elephants.
Americans will do anything to avoid the metric system.
That is absolutely true. I wish we would just use the metric system. Like, everyone complains about it, but I mean, it really just makes so much more sense.
Metric system and 24-hour clocks. Toni with a dirty Tetris setup there, just waiting on the long bar. And does get it. CodeCrusher staying neck and neck here with Toni, 60,000 to 63,000. On the bottom here, we've got Paniac with 64,000 to Rocco's 30,000.
Rocco's probably getting a little high for his taste, so he's going to want to take this down a little bit. Just waiting on that long bar. Is not going to get it. And just like that, he tops out. 31,000. That gives the match to Paniac, who can tap out, or who can top out whenever he'd like. Yeah, and that goes to show. I mean, it really can just end in the split second, just like that.
Definitely an unfortunate set there for Rocco. We'll see if he can bring it back and bring it to a decider in the next match.
You know I love my deciders. Well, as much as Crusher's been definitely trying to speed through the game, I think Rocco takes the cake there.
Yeah, Rocco topping out at only 20 lines. Definitely not what you want to see. We'll see if the next game can go a little better for him here. And they can start their match down on the bottom if they're both ready.
The real question is who can beat Rocco's time for the shortest match.
Got an oops file name there. And they can start on the bottom. In 3, 2, 1. Tetris.
Crusher's getting into a little bit of trouble here, which is not going to allow him to maintain that lead as much as he'd like. Tony's starting to get cleaned up now.
Yeah, Toni only behind here by 37,000 points.
Looks like Rocco is starting to take some pushdown points now.
Sweench asking in the chat here, do they use the same piece orders? No, they do not. We do not use set seed RNG.
We would like to. It's a little difficult.
Yeah, we'll need some Game Boy tech wizard to set that up.
Technically, there does exist a finite possibility that two players get the exact same pieces for the entire match.
Paniac starting off with not a great set here. Gonna need to burn that out.
Yeah, longbar would be great here, but not really quite getting one. Although now this would be a Tetris.
Hepta, I don't believe that the P-seed is dynamic.
Yeah, Toni doesn't quite get something to tuck into the board and has to create a hole up high on his board.
Crusher getting very high up there.
This could be nasty if the right pieces don't come.
And a little bit of stream lag on his part. I can't quite see what's happening. Just keep playing, though.
All right, and we're back, and he's still alive.
A giant S-spire here for Paniac. Look at that thing.
Jeez. Yeah, these players are definitely fighting this game.
Toni does take the lead here, 173,000 to CodeCrusher's 162. And on the bottom here, we've got Paniac with 69,000 to 75,000 for Rocco. Rocco also behind by 7 lines.
Yeah, I think a refresh might be in order for Crusher's stream there. I think it's considerably behind now after the lag. There we go. Looking fine at about 174,000 at 90 lines. Toni at 190,000 now at 117 lines. And then on the bottom, it's a little bit closer with 93,000 for Paniac to 77,000 for Rocco.
Yeah, CodeCrusher also substantially behind on lines there with only 93 lines.
Yeah, that definitely offers a lot of time to catch up. And Rocco gets the perfect piece to tuck under that square there. And then gets another one to resolve that dependency.
Crusher about to transition here with this Tetris. And does it at 200,000.
Yeah, a lot of 200K transitions today. All right, Rocco just looking for a few pieces to open that well back up to get some more Tetrises and hopefully catch up to Paniac. Although there is quite a lines difference. And just like that, all 4 boards are looking clean.
Yeah, Toni up there with 247,000, but he is 40 lines ahead. Crusher getting a bit of a spire going on there. Gonna need to burn this out if he wants to survive. Does get a Tetris, though. His
Yeah, that's
stream
definitely.
having some cuts there, unfortunately, but we're able to see enough to keep the match going.
Yeah, and it really may not seem that bad to have a really jagged stack really high up, but I mean, as we've seen earlier, all it takes are 2 or 3 pieces and you're done.
On the bottom here, we've got both players pre-transition. Paniac sitting at 179,000 and Rocco sitting at 142,000.
Toni definitely looks to be the furthest ahead right now, blazing through level 16.
And there was a very nice T-burn there from Paniac a couple seconds ago.
Yeah, just dealing with that massive Z-Spire.
Oh, we do have a top out from Toni, though, at 312,000. We'll see if Crusher can chase it down.
313 is the score you're looking for.
Crusher, the underdog here in his first tournament showing, might actually beat a very highly seeded player.
As great as that would be, if he doesn't, then we do get to keep the decider streak going.
Paniac with a nice dirty column 9 Tetris there. 208,000 just before transition. Getting himself a nice little O-burst.
Yeah, what a great score there.
So all Crusher needs is 313,000 points.
Yeah, what an inspiring story that would make. To barely make your way into the tournament and then to go out blazing and, already just be making it onto the next round.
Be pretty huge. We'll see if Crusher has what it takes to secure himself a top 8 position.
Getting a little high there for Paniac. He's going to have to get a little creative with his decisions.
Paniac with a lot of garbage to clear up here on level 11. Slowly working away at it. 215,000 compared to Rocco's 186. Crusher still chasing down that 313,000 points.
Yeah, his board is definitely staying pretty high, and the levels are increasing, now hitting level 15. He really would like to get this down just for that safety. And it looks like there's going to be a nice dirty Tetris there. That's going to bring the score up to 304,000, very close.
Less than 10,000 points to go for Crusher if he wants to secure himself a top 8 spot. Looking to do it with a Tetris if he can.
Going
and
all
he
in.
does slot it in. Crusher crushing the competition here. Takes out Toni and earns himself a third heart. Good job, Crusher, and GG's.
Yeah, what a great show from CodeCrusher here. Getting another column 9 Tetris just for fun.
An unbelievable upset. GG's to Toni, just wasn't your day.
Yeah, it happens. And I mean, honestly, as well as you do, you really just can't anticipate whenever another player just has a great run.
Down on the bottom here, we've got Paniac leading 259,000 to Rocco's 229,000. Very close game. Rocco behind by about 21 lines, 22 lines.
Yeah, once again, time is definitely on his side.
Crusher just playing his game there. Mark, thanks for the raid there. Here's some
All right,
scratching
Paniac.
on your mic there, Tyler.
Oh, sorry about that.
No worries. On the bottom, Paniac sitting at 277,000 to Rocco's 263,000. The lead is definitely getting smaller.
Very nice column 7 Tetris there for Paniac. Going to 297,000.
Crusher crossing 400k there. Still not sure if he realizes that he's won it.
Paniac's looking for something to resolve that. Would like to tuck maybe a J piece in there. Unfortunately, can't quite do it now.
Yeah, it does
It's going to lead
block
to a
it
pretty
off.
high burn.
This will give Rocco the chance to close that gap. Going to transfer the screen to just these two.
Oh, that misdrop is going to be pretty critical if he doesn't resolve it quickly. And that flat long bar is going to really help there.
CodeCrusher finally topping out there. I still have his stream up on screen. Congratulations again to CodeCrusher, who will be seen again next month in the top 8.
Yeah, first appearance and already making top 8. So I think a lot of players are going to be very interested in how he's doing.
Just an amazing showing from that player.
Now, I do think the hearts are messed up on the screen right now. Paniac
Oh,
currently
they
has
are
3 hearts.
indeed, yes. I had not reset the hearts. We are 2-1 for Paniac.
Yeah, these are some very close scores as we see Paniac now in the level 20 transition.
MJ pointing out beating Toni would not be an easy task as he did max out on his quals.
Oh yeah, it's definitely very interesting to see the dynamic there. Because a lot of times players with really impressive scores may not do as well as you think. And vice versa as well. There's definitely a lot of interesting play today from both sides. Uh-oh, that's not going to look good for Paniac there.
Yeah, Paniac at 367,000 to Rocco's 348, but does top out. All Rocco needs is 369,000 here to bring this to a decider.
All right, all Paniac can do now is just intently watch and really hope. If he's unable to close this gap, then Paniac would move on and be our winner for this match.
Just 12,000 points to go. Rocco playing it safe, lining it out. About to hit level 20 speeds. So anything could go wrong in an instant. We'll see if he can make it.
And here we are. This is the fastest speed Game Boy has to offer. Oh, barely gets that over.
That double will take it.
There we go. Barely just clutching out a victory there, sending it to our 5th decider out of 6 matches. Isn't that crazy?
Rocco bringing it to the decider. Rocco with his probable partner there, bringing him the heat bag to warm up those chilly hands. But you know what? He is playing like a cool customer.
There you go.
And if we momentarily, while he warms his hands here, bring it to the bracket, we can see the seed numbers. So Toni, as the 2nd seed, was just taken out by CTWCRusher, the 19th seed. It'll be another pretty huge upset if Paniac here, the 5th seed, gets taken out by RoccoRicci, the 17th seed.
Yeah, we've already seen quite a few upsets today, which has been very fascinating.
And we do have as well, even Gunter, despite being the champion last time, was a pretty big upset at the 13th seed compared to DLB's 4th.
Yeah, it really truly is anybody's game here.
And if both players are ready, they can give me a thumbs up when they are, and we'll get ready for this 5th match. RoccoRicci saying his heart is in his throat right now.
Mine would be too.
Yeah, level 20 speed's going for that chase down. It's huge. Rocco as well, with this is his inaugural tournament showing.
Yeah, that's always a really great thing to see.
And they can start up this match in 3, 2, 1. Tetris.
Yeah, it's definitely a great thing to see so many newcomers, especially when they start doing so well.
Huge thanks to our 211 viewers here. We're watching some pretty wild chase downs and upsets.
Yeah, we definitely love the opportunity to be able to cast this on the CTWC channel here. Definitely brings in a lot of great audience members to come watch this amazing show. All right, Paniac able to fill that dependency there in the center of his board and creates a much better board that is in fact ready for Tetris at a moment's notice.
Rocco starting off the game with some bad RNG, making the best of it here.
That long bar will help.
Excellent T-piece placement, knowing that long bar was coming.
Yeah, these players are really good at using that next box to the best of their ability. All right, just one more line to burn and he'll be Tetris ready.
Does burn it out, but puts his hands up in the air as he gets a Z piece immediately with no good place.
Yeah, that's the worst part of Tetris, is when you just barely get out of a situation and immediately get a terrible piece. Speaking of, Paniac is in a little bit of an unfortunate situation, has to find something to tuck under that S piece up there.
Does decide to just block it off and burn it out, getting it ready.
Yeah, not a bad call there, because now with that T-piece, the board is clear and is going to get a Tetris, which
Betting's
brings
down
Paniac
his
for
third.
up to 41,000.
Ricci finally in a good position. Nails down another Tetris here, bringing him up to 30,000, only behind by 11K.
Yeah, that's one thing I actually really appreciate about Game Boy Tetris is, obviously with the level 9 starts, it really gives players a much better opportunity to pace the game how they choose. Because obviously in, like things like hard mode, and then of course the NES Tetris speeds, you're very locked into the higher speeds, and can't really make much decisions on the speed front. So it's interesting to see, just the differences in how these players decide to push down or decide to play lower or higher, and how much that influences their pace.
Absolutely. Rocco tucking that T-piece under there. Has a nice slope going on.
All right, Paniac just used that square to get Tetris ready there. And he's going to slam one down. That's going to give him up to 79,000 points. And Rocco now has Tetris as well. That's going to bring him up to 58,000. It's got an interesting 4-wide dependency there on the right. He's going to have to figure out something to fill that with.
Hepta, it's heart mode because there's a heart beside the level number, because it doesn't actually put you up 10 levels like it does in NES. Lucy in the chat there, Frantic Thumb, saying cerebral burns from Rocco.
Cerebral.
Rocco's over here playing 4D Tetris. Trailing
I
behind
already
in points here.
struggle.
Yeah, I struggle with 2D Tetris. I don't know how
Yeah,
he's playing
exactly.
4D Tetris. Paniac sitting at a nice 129,000 there to Rocco's 74K.
We need to create a Tetris version of 5D chess where you can pull pieces from different timelines and use them to your benefit.
Rocco's seed giving him the worst RNG here.
Yeah, this is definitely a tough game for both of these players.
Does get
That
the
long bar's
long
gonna
bar
help.
just when he needs it, though. Gonna need to burn this out.
This is getting pretty dangerous. That's not
Oh,
going to
he
do it.
does top out, giving Paniac the win.
And just like that, we send Paniac to the top 8.
An excellent showing for his first tournament here. Definitely a round of applause to Rocco for well-played games.
Yeah, going out with 2 hearts is definitely very valiant.
Which means that in the quarterfinals there, Paniac is going to be going up against Gunter. France versus France. A definite GG to both players here. Both did amazingly. Paniac with
Oh,
his
what a cute cat
adorable
there.
kitty. And we will go back to the bracket here, take a slight break, and we will be back with the last set of the day. EuroChrisKA will be playing. I know a lot of people have been waiting for it. And we're back. Ready here for our final set of today's preliminary matches for the Classic Tetris World Championship Game Boy Edition. We've got on the top EuroChrisKA versus Dr. Pi, and on the bottom Felix versus Andrew. I don't think we have Minor Tyler here. He is not in the chat. Looks like he might have disconnected. Looks like he'll be back in a minute. So he'll have to join after. Want to thank everybody who's watching here, just for sticking with us. Ready here for some more exciting matches to finish off the last set of a day. Nice little heart there from Andrew, who I'm personally rooting for as the only Canadian. So if all players are ready, either give me a ready in the chat or give me a thumbs up here. Felix looking like he's using a Game Boy camera as his webcam. And if all players are ready, we can start off the first match here in 1, 2, 3, Tetris. Doc Pie just using a camera here to point at his score, so it might be a little hard to give score updates on him specifically. The first Tetris of the match going to EuroChrisKA. Atomic Spoonie in the chat showing their support for Doc. Nice little tuck there for EuroChris, getting a column 9 Tetris, just playing fast and dirty. Already 3 Tetrises in. Make that 4. 48,000 here to Dr. Pi's 13,000. And on the bottom here, we've got Felix with 13,000 to Andrew's 3,000. Chris just putting his well wherever he damn well pleases here. And just nailing out Tetris after Tetris. 60,000 points already to Doc Pi's what looks like 26K. Now up to 38. Neck and neck on the bottom here. 18,000 for Felix. 19,000 for Andrew. Chris already almost up to 100,000 points this early on in the match. Speed demon over there. Hexen Mama saying, "Go Chris, go, du schaffst es." Lots of O-blocks there for Dr. Pi, who's sitting at 55k to Chris's 114. Down on the bottom here, Felix has 36,000 points to Andrew's 45,000. Rolsh saying that he's been playing on the daily for 3 years and only now found out the well should be on the left. Yeah, those biases aren't too obvious until you get to the higher speeds. Andrew playing a nice clean game here, maintaining his lead, but is going to have to block off his well for a little bit. MJ pointing out in the chat that Felix versus Andrew should be the most even match, as they are the 8th and 9th seed, so it's really anyone's game down there. EuroChrisKA, meanwhile, has not let up the pace at all. 154,000. And Dr. Pi tops out at 70,000, giving EuroChrisKA the first win. EuroChrisKA, you can top out at your leisure. Looks like Dr. Pi went and picked himself a whole bouquet of whoopsie daisies on that one. But that's alright, we're doing best of 5s, so he still has time to catch back up. Down on the bottom here, we've got a bit of a stream lag here on Felix's. I'm going to try refreshing. Keep playing. Andrew's sitting at 100,000 points. And on top, just let me know when you players are ready. Looks like we've got a ready up from Chris and a ready up here from Doc. And they can start their next... It's got the heart rate monitor on there. They can start up their next match here. In 3, 2, 1, Tetris. We've got a bit of a cam malfunction here from Felix. I'm not able to see his gameplay right now. We will time this out here. I'm going to give it 1 minute to come back. As I'm trying to resolve our technical issues here, EuroChris already getting 3 Tetrises. Sitting at a clean 36,000 points to Doc Pi's 24K.
And I am back.
Welcome back. We're having some stream issues here from Felix.
Oh, that's not good.
And it looks like his stream has gone offline here.
All right, we'll definitely keep playing if you can hear us. Probably it's just a Wi-Fi outage.
EuroChrisKA having to burn down some of that giant stack there.
Yeah, it's not looking ideal. But there we go. Got some perfect pieces to deal with it.
One more refresh
I love all
here.
those triple flip.
Andrew, you can top out here because Felix's stream is still down after over a minute here since I called time on that. So you can top out there and we will... So it looks like Felix's machine rebooted and now the interceptor isn't showing a signal we're getting in the chat. So Andrew, you get to decide there if you want to rematch that or if you want to take the dub on that point. Andrew's saying, nope, we'll run it again. So we are waiting on some technical difficulties here from Felix on the bottom. In the meantime, let's make this nice and big here.
Yeah, lots of exciting play up top to still watch for us.
We are having a bit of a pause here on EuroChrisKA's stream. Looks like his cam is frozen.
Yeah, it wouldn't be an online tournament without our fair share of difficulties.
I'm going to refresh here. Looks like it's still frozen there, sitting at 88,000. Meanwhile, Doc Pie over here, looking like he's at 82,000 by the looks of it. Might be 42. Hard to see. Felix still just trying to get signal from his interceptors. And it looks like with Chris is still... He's still live, but his cam is still frozen, so I'm going to put that on a 1-minute timer as well. As it looks like his stream may have disconnected.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. It is tricky to rely on so much technology to get these competitions working in the first place. So it's been nice that things have gone relatively well so far.
Gunter, with his psychic prediction here, predicts a back-to-back Tetris.
And that is going to be a full stream outage, unfortunately, for EuroChrisKA.
Yeah. It does appear to be a full stream outage there. And with DocPie over 100,000 points there, he can top out while we wait to get that player back as well.
And if you don't mind, could you clarify the rules on what we do for different outages, things like that?
So in the event of a stream freeze or disconnect that lasts too long to the point where we can't maintain the integrity of the match, we are putting it towards the remaining player on whether or not they want to run it back as a rematch or whether they want to take the point. It is up to them. So Doc Pie, you get a choice here on whether or not you want to take the point or whether you want to just run it back for a rematch there.
Is it possible for the player to accept a bribe in exchange for not taking the point?
That is not allowed. And EuroChris is back here. And Doc Pie is calling for a rematch, not taking the point. We got some definite team players here. Good sportsmanship all around. And looks like Felix is back up as well. So all of our players are back up, and we're ready to run it back here.
All right, well, that is definitely good news. Glad to see everyone back into a full swing. Hopefully we can have a nice, smooth match from here on out.
Yep. If everybody can get to the level select screen, then we can start the match back.
And are we getting a full redo on the bottom as well?
Yes, we are. Yeah, you can see Andrew named his file redo.
Sorry, I just had to sneeze for a moment.
EuroChris, because of the disconnect there, we instructed DocPie to top out, so no points are awarded that match. In the event of a disconnect that lasts too long, the remaining player who is not disconnected gets the option to either take the point or do a rematch. In this case, DocPie has chosen to rematch.
Thank you so much.
Definitely very appreciative there. We have some good sports here today.
Absolutely.
That is one thing that I definitely appreciate about not only just the Game Boy Tetris scene, but the whole Tetris scene in and of itself. There's just a lot of kind people.
Here we go. We do love good sportsmanship here, and when the players are ready, we can get the next match started up. We've got some ambient noise happening there.
Sorry about that.
No worries. And they can start up the next match in 3, 2, 1. Tetris.
Got quite a noisy house today.
Easiest thing to do is turn on the noise cancellation in the Discord settings.
That is true. I should probably go ahead and do that.
Chris, starting off with a bit of a bad stack there. Gonna need to dig himself out. Gets a nicely timed L piece. Drops it right into place. Using that line, he'll get rid of his line debt, and he's Tetris ready.
Very nice resolve there.
Down on the bottom, Andrew struggling to find a Tetris finally does get his first. Felix in a bit of a precarious position with his stack. Is going to have to burn it out or set up for a dirty Tetris. Looks like he is going to opt to burn it. Big S burst there for EuroChrisKA. Towering those S's up into the sky, playing right well, slamming down another Tetris for 56k versus Doc Pie's 41k.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing some really good good cleanup action here. Andrew is getting that nice dirty Tetris, which transitions into a burn, getting the well clean on the left.
Waving his hands around in celebration there. Tetris ready again.
All right, EuroChrisKA set up for that center well.
That S tower on EuroChrisKA's screen, though.
Yeah.
It's just so huge. Sets himself up for a really dirty column 10 Tetris. Blocks it just in time, though, for the line bar to appear. And he is very high, not looking good. And does top out at 74,000.
75,000 is the score to reach for Doc Pie.
And with that Tetris, Doc Pie hits 80 and does take the round.
All right, and that's going to put it 1-1.
There we go. Doc Pie, you can top out. Down on the bottom here, we've got Andrew with a bit of a spire going on, but 74,000 points compared to Felix's 68,000.
Yeah, both boards are looking really good, though, except I guess, I didn't quite notice. Yeah, Andrew does have a hole on the bottom that's going to have to get cleared out.
And if both players are ready, they can give me the thumbs up there. Excellent. And they can start up the next round in 3, 2, 1. Tetris. Alicia in the chat saying, Alicia and Lucy are watching. Go, Andrew, go.
Love to see the support. I know Team Canada is definitely hoping for an Andrew W.
Absolutely. I'm rooting for him. He's been training hard, borrowing my DMG at the office.
Yeah.
Got to keep your Game Boy in your desk drawer, you know. Felix, though, taking the lead here. 100,000 points to Andrew's 92,000. And before I can even blink, EuroChrisKA has 3 Tetrises.
Yeah, he definitely slams him down fast. I mean, literally, just look at how fast those pieces are moving.
Yeah, Looking like he's on level 18 speeds when he's actually on level 9.
EuroChrisKA appears to always be playing as if his mom has just instructed him that they're about to leave in 5 minutes.
That is the best description I think I've heard. Opting to misplace that Z piece so that he could fit that J into the right place and open up his well.
A little bit of trouble over there for DocPie. Gonna have to get some good pieces there.
Classic Tetris League with a huge raid of 66 people.
Very nice. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Classic Tetris League.
For those just pouring in, this is the Game Boy Tetris Championship. This is our preliminary round where we knock it down from 16 to 8 for quarterfinals.
EuroChrisKA up top with 81,000 versus 19,000 there for Dr. Pi. And on the bottom, we've got a very tight game, 144 to 143. Just as I say that, though, Felix nails the Tetris, bringing his lead up. 156,000 now.
Yeah, these games are definitely flipping back and forth at a moment's notice. I can hardly keep up.
Andrew getting an S-burst there.
Oh, unfortunate situation for Felix. Going to have to burn this out. Looking for something for that right side ASAP.
That long bar will help out. EuroChrisKA already surpassing 100 points, up at 120,000. Compared to what looks like 46k over on Dr. Pi, who is just playing it slow. Only at 35 lines here.
It could actually be 86,000. And that Tetris is going to
Nope,
put
that does bring him up to 60.
Yeah, so that is 60,000 there. A little bit tricky to see, but we make it work.
Someone mail this man an interceptor.
Yeah. All right, Felix catching up quick, slamming down that Tetris for 173,000. Andrew's set up and gets a Tetris now at 197,000, rapidly approaching 200k.
Chris gets what will be his last Tetris for a little bit, as he needs to clean up his matrix before he can get some more. And looking at him burn this, it's like he's got the magic.
Yeah, he's making some difficult calls here with some rough pieces. He's definitely been playing Game Boy Tetris for a lot of time, so he knows how to make some good calls.
Sets himself up for that, and sets himself up for just a gorgeous Tetris there. Hitting himself up to 183,000 to Dr. Pi's 76k.
Yeah, very impressive lead here.
Down on the bottom, Andrew has taken the lead with 220,000 to Felix's 190. Bento Bandit calling out the Game Boy camera webcam over there.
All right, all players are looking clean and low right now. Definitely a good place to be in as the level starts speeding up.
Doc Pie passing that 100k mark there, still sitting down at 73 lines. Meanwhile, EuroChrisKA catching up to Felix in lines here. He's playing so fast.
I think Chris definitely gets the Speedrunner of the Day award.
Really keeping up that intensity. And if I remember correctly, EuroChris actually plays with his thumbs usually.
Yeah, it's just amazing that it can keep up this speed with that technique. Looks like on the bottom we're seeing digs on both sides now. Felix and Andrew having to get out of these situations here.
Uke in the chat asking about the main differences between Game Boy Tetris and Tetris. There are quite a few, actually. The RNG is much harsher on Game Boy. The matrix is too shorter, and the pieces start lower. There's less delay before the next piece enters, and all the pieces bias to the left instead of the right.
One key note, though, is that the max speed, level 20, is actually decently manageable.
Yeah, level 20 speeds in Game Boy Tetris are much more manageable than Tetris.
All right, there's a Tetris for Chris there, up to 346,000 already.
And down on the bottom here, Andrew maintaining that lead, 270,000. Felix is 233K. We do have a line cap of 300.
All right, Doc Pie set up for a dirty there and gets it.
Dogpie, his transition was around 150K there. Meanwhile, Chris about to pass the 400.
Yeah, I mean, literally 7 levels ahead. He is blazing through these levels as fast as possible. It's almost like I blink and he's gotten 5 more Tetrises.
Every single time. And just as we say that, he does slot in another Tetris here, getting to level 18 speeds. Not much different from the speed that he was playing out on level 9, given all his pushdown before. And he's still, if you look at his points, pushing down at level 18. And we do get a top out from Doc Pie.
Oh no.
That gives EuroChris his second point.
Yeah, I do believe we've even seen him push down on level 20.
And EuroChris, you can top out. Down on the bottom here, we've got Felix with 320 points and Andrew with 359,000. Andrew on level 20 speeds now, though. So it looks like we will get our first point awarded on the bottom in the near future.
Have we had both players in a match at level 20 together today?
I don't believe so.
This might be the first time that happens if Felix can pull off a level 20.
And if we can get board clears from both players on the top there. Doc Pie playing with that teal Game Boy Color, same version that I have.
We should do a Game Boy Colors tier list. All right, Andrew doing a good job navigating that miss drop there. A long bar would be great. Not really getting one.
And if EuroChrisKA and Doc Pie can both restart their Game Boys, please.
Very nice clear from Felix. He's Tetris ready on level 19. And a Tetris into level 20. It's going to set him at 400,000.
Now just 3,000 points, 1,000 points behind Andrew.
And now exactly neck and neck. within 1,000 points.
There we go. And both players up top are ready. Chris checking his heart monitor here. And they can start up their next match in 3, 2, 1, Tetris.
Das ist gut.
Both players on the bottom here sitting at in the 420,000 range. Andrew with a slight lead. Just looking to maintain it. He's way ahead on lines, but of course the speeds don't get any faster after level 20.
Yeah, this game is very close. One slip up and you're done on level 20.
IUQE saying the line clear animation takes so long. It does take a super long time for the line clear animation. But when you don't clear a line, the piece entry delay is basically non-existent. And we have a top out from Felix.
And that is 428, which does give Andrew point number 1. You may top out.
Good job, Andrew. Just 2 more wins to get into the top 8.
Double level 20s there from that bottom match. So that was very phenomenal, very fun to watch. I'm very excited for more.
Absolutely. Such a neck-and-neck match. Could have gone to either player in an instant.
All right, looks like Chris is navigating quite a few long bar dependencies here. Let's see how he handles it.
Looks like he's going to plug that in and go for a dirty Tetris.
And he gets it. Meanwhile, looks like Doc Pie is dealing with a little bit of some garbage high up. That J piece will help, though.
Watching EuroChris, his ability to get Tetrises just out of anywhere, any column at any time, is just amazing to see.
Yeah, you really do have to get creative in these competition matches.
He's well agnostic. Just puts it anywhere. And if both players on the bottom are ready, just give me a thumbs up here. Got one from Andrew. And a thumbs up from Felix. They can start their next match in 3, 2, 1. Tetris. Sitting at our peak viewership count here of 230. Thank you very much for watching, everyone who's turning in.
Yeah, very nice to see a big fan base here for this competitive event. Game Boy Tetris did start off as a very small sector, but has definitely grown quite a bit over the years.
Doc Pie here sitting at what looks like to 59,000 compared to EuroChris's 129,000. EuroChris just playing so fast. Couple of sloppy stacks for both players on the bottom right now. They're both going to need to clean it up before they can get any good Tetris setups going.
All right, looks like Andrew's able to open it up, but a long bar would be necessary, although not quite anymore. Ideally looking for either a long bar, does get it, or a JP sort of sufficed as well. And looks like he's going to try to transfer as well over to get that resolved. And Andrew's ready to build up, get some Tetrises, and so is Felix as well.
Excellent play from both players there, recovering from bad starts.
Yeah, that's not always the easiest thing to do. We've seen some players today even get a rough start and top out as a result. So it definitely is a testament to their ability to kind of recuperate.
And both players get a simul Tetris there.
And yeah, EuroChrisKA's just, basically chilling with this center well. He's just going to keep going for it.
Yeah, he's been riding that column 4 well for a while now.
Yeah, it really looks like something that he's used to. I've definitely seen a lot of his play involve mainly center well Tetrises, and there's definitely some benefit to it because especially with level 9, you're able to build up really high if needed, and of course it's much easier to burn in a center well than it is to slide something all the way over to the sides in certain situations.
And even at faster speeds, it's much easier to slot it in if it's on well number 4 instead of all the way over to the left.
Right. Yeah, it's definitely not uncommon to hang a critical piece by the well when you're high up.
Wobbert, I do believe that Felix is using a Game Boy camera as his webcam.
That's actually really funny.
Doc Pie here, 77 lines, sitting at 126,000 points. Compared to EuroChrisKA's 205,000. Gets a double Tetris, though, bringing him into 234k.
At
Felix
this rate,
having to run a couple burns here.
yeah, Chris is playing so fast that he might actually hit 300 lines and then have enough time to watch Doc Pie's full game.
Players on the bottom here, neck and neck, only 4,000 points separates them. Little more now. Felix sitting at 71,000 to Andrew's 79,000.
Unfortunately, Felix does have to block in a hole, 2 now, actually, up there. And then, unfortunately, hangs that square and has to get something to tuck under there. A T-piece would be great. Does get that.
Ooh, bit of a misdrop there. Or possible misrotate by Felix.
Yeah, that's going to be a tricky one to manage. I'm curious to see how he navigates this.
Looks like he might slot a T in there. Yep, does T-spin it in.
The T-spin tuck.
Give Andrew a little bit of a chance to widen his lead here, sitting at 106,000 to Felix's 89k. Meanwhile, EuroChris just blasting already at level 16 here, 355k.
Yeah, this is definitely giving him a big opportunity to slam down some Tetrises while Felix is getting rid of the situation here.
Doc Pie looking like he's at 196, as far as I can tell.
All right, this looks like an opportunity for EuroChrisKA to kind of shift as well, but opts to set up what looks like a column 7.
He does block it off there, unfortunately, just in time for the line piece to show up. Still, though, with 428,000, Doc Pie's got his work cut out for him for the chase down here. 227,000 for Doc Pie. Down on the bottom, Felix sitting with 96k to Andrew's 138.
Yeah, it looks like Andrew's set up again for a much better board than he was earlier, and then Felix just kind of continuing to build up one off of the bottom. Now this is interesting. Yeah, even in level 19, you could see EuroChrisKA still was doing a column 9 setup there. But he might shift that in time for level 20, which he does transition to at 465,000. Meanwhile, DocPie is still at level 13.
EuroChris building up, getting ready to go over 500k here.
Throwing those squares all the way to the right. I'm curious to see how many Tetrises he's going to try to set up for. He's definitely laser focused in his decision making right now, making a lot of very quick calls at a moment's notice.
Andrew down there having to block off as well for the time being. We'll see how quickly he can open it back up. Not getting good pieces to do so. And with that T, he will open his well back up. He just needs to get it ready now. Sitting a comfy 169,000 compared to Felix's 148K.
DocPie is looking very comfortable, especially for this whole game, so there's really no telling how that pace is going to match up, considering how just substantial of a difference in pacing there is for Chris versus DocPie. So I'm curious to see whenever Chris finishes up his game. Let's see if DocPie can close that gap.
Yeah, DocPie is past the 300k mark now, sitting at 312. Compared to EuroChris's 536.
Chris is set up for a Tetris, and he does get it. It's going to increase the score to 561,000 points.
Chris looks like he hasn't been getting enough S pieces today, you know?
Yeah, sometimes it just does that to you. Wow, very dangerous situation, but still gets a Tetris. You might see another 600k. The gap is definitely closing down on the bottom between Felix and Andrew. With Felix at 166,000, and then Andrew at 180. But Felix slams out a Tetris, and now they're both neck and neck at 180.
Yeah, and Andrew is a bit ahead on lines here.
Another Tetris for Chris. 631,000. We could even see a 700k.
Yep, Chris getting ever closer to that line cap, so be prepared, moderators in the chat, to screen cap or clip that for us.
Yeah, and of course, with us going for the 300 line cap today, whatever score happens when the line count passes 300 is going to be the score taken for the match. Nice T-tuck there.
Absolutely brilliant.
Oh, but this might be it. No long bar in sight. There it is. Gets the Tetris for 691, and he's still alive to tell the tale.
Meanwhile, down at the bottom, Andrew has retaken the lead here. 236,000 to Felix's 200k. And we do have a top out here. 694,000 for EuroChrisKA. DocPie gonna be looking for that 695.
So close to the first 700,000 of the day, but nonetheless, still a record for today.
Yeah, still the top score of today's tournament.
So that does mean that DocPie is going to have to break that record just to get a single heart and stay in this. And he does transition to level 20 with an unfortunate board here. We're going to see how that plays out.
Yeah, again, the score to beat here is 694,000, so DocPie will need 695,000, currently sitting at 410,000 points.
Yeah, not a lot of time, so he is going to have to try to build up for at least a few Tetrises. Meanwhile, Felix is getting very high up on his board, although in comparison, level 13 does look rather slow.
Yeah, Felix getting some inopportune O-blocks and does top out at 220,000, giving Andrew his second heart.
And just like that, the tides turn in Andrew's favor.
EuroChrisKA showing his Game Boy heart there. Back to the 90s.
Oh, and this is looking pretty dangerous for DocPie here.
Good job, Andrew. You are just one win away from going into the top 8 here. Felix gonna need the reverse sweep if he wants to stay in.
Oh, and that misdrop's going to be critical for DocPie.
Oh, and he
And
does top out. And that gives the round to EuroChrisKA. Congratulations, EuroChrisKA. We will see you next month in the top 8.
Yeah, that was definitely a well-earned placement in the top 8 there with that phenomenal play, getting the highest score of the day. And as always, an amazing performance from DocPie there, just being very consistent and playing some really good Tetris.
GG's to both EuroChrisKA and DocPie. DocPie's happy he didn't get full swept there.
Yeah, I do believe when I did compete, I think I did get full swept by Chris.
That's why I don't compete. I just commentate.
You can't lose if you don't enter.
That's right. My current record is 0 losses. Not going to talk about the wins. Gonna head over to just the bottom screen players here. Reset the hearts as they are incorrect from the last match.
So
There
this
we
does.
go.
We could either have 1, 2, or 3 games left today.
That's right. And if Andrew could do a board clear on his Game Boy there before we start up the next match. And looking at Felix's camera there, I'm just going to go ahead and say it. Camera technology peaked with the Game Boy. Do you need more pixels than that? I don't think so.
I mean, I could definitely tell that's Felix right there.
I can tell it's Felix. I can tell he's wearing his CTWC t-shirt.
Yeah, you can't really ask for much more than that.
Exactly. And once both players are ready, just give me the thumbs up. Oh, it looks like it's a C-Tech shirt. C-Tech shirt. We'll call it close enough. We got a thumbs up there from Felix. And Andrew's ready there, and they can start off the next match in 3, 2, 1. Tetris.
Felix is going to have to start off with a tuck there. That was a bad time for an S piece for Andrew as well.
Let's decide to just burn it out early. And it looks like Felix is going to need another tuck here.
Unfortunately, misses a spin if that was an attempt for one.
Andrew bangs out his first Tetris, sitting at 13,000 points here. Felix still just trying to get his matrix set up.
And that'll do it. Just has to stack up and not get any more unfortunate situations.
Varchild in the chat saying Chris would be at 300 lines by now.
That is true.
Fastest thumbs in Germany, that man.
All right, Felix having to dig through all this up here so he can get his board set up for a Tetris again. The T-piece is going to help with that.
Yeah, neither player's getting very many points so far this match. We're at a combined line total of 36 and only one Tetris between them. Andrew making it 2. The slow drop onto the down key to push it down.
And we are one long bar away from being Tetris ready over on Felix's side. So I'm sure that long bar will come in a timely manner.
he said before he went into the biggest drought in Game Boy Tetris history.
Yep, that's how it works. Although now it would be a Tetris.
Now he's Tetris ready, just in the opposite way.
And the well is blocked. And he gets an S. We sure do love Game Boy Tetris here.
Andrew slamming down his third Tetris of the match here for 45,000 points, compared to Felix's 10,000 points. Still not a single Tetris on Felix's side, waiting on that long bar for what seems like forever.
I think this was like a 40-50 piece drought, finally getting the long bar, slamming down a well-deserved dirty Tetris for 22,000.
Just going to flash back to the 4-player screen here for just a moment so that we can see Doc Pie's adorable kitty.
Absolutely.
Because if there's one thing that we can interrupt the Tetris action for, it's an adorable cat.
Yeah, I don't think there are any complaints there. I think that's where the real action's happening.
And he's got a CTWC shirt on as well there. Andrew here, building on his lead, about double the score of Felix. Felix just struggling to get Tetrises, but is finally set up well. We'll see if he can get that long bar. We've got Hyper Tapping Kitty up in the top right there.
How
Definite
adorable.
GG's to Felix for surviving all of that.
Yeah, that was definitely one of the toughest droughts we've seen today.
Gonna head back into our 2-player view here. Of course, I've still got the kitty up on my stream. The joys of being the one casting.
Looks like Felix is going to get a lovely S piece to fill that that hole there with.
Andrew maintaining roughly a 40,000 point lead here.
Felix slamming down that Tetris to make 78,000. Basically just waiting for an opportunity to catch up and score. So if Andrew makes any mistakes, that'll definitely be a time to do that.
Andrew just playing slowly and consistently here. Brings himself up to 134,000 points.
Yeah, I think both players are really doing a good job just demonstrating good Tetris fundamentals here. They've got the well open on the left. We've got good sloping boards. Right now, Felix is having a little bit of trouble, but he's definitely demonstrating good decision-making in some tricky situations. Yeah, like, of course, putting that J piece to the left allowed that hole to be opened up, and now the board is looking a lot better.
Just Wobbert calling us out in the chat. Saying that we're cursing Felix for his long bars there.
That is true. Perhaps I should stop talking.
Listen, it's my job to try to make Canada get the dub here. So I will curse as much as I need to. Calling in the shaman. Andrew here playing much more calmly than in previous tournaments. I know he gets nervous in tournament settings here.
Yeah, especially with a match point potential here.
Ooh, but does get himself into a scary situation here. He's gonna need to do something to burn that down. I may have accidentally gone commentator's cursed Andrew here.
That long bar will help.
And those 2 Js will open up as well again. We'll see if we can get a long bar to bring it back down. Felix starting to close the gap here. 131,000 to Andrew's 157. Andrew blocks off as well just in time for the long bar.
Looking for something for that right side. That L piece is going to do it. And with that, Andrew's board is opened up and Tetris ready. And he is going to get the long bar, slamming it down. We get a simul Tetris. That puts it at 143 for Felix to 176 for Andrew.
Andrew with an immaculate stack here.
Yeah, that lead is definitely going to grow considering that Felix is stuck in a little bit of a dig right now. He's getting good pieces to get out of it, though.
Yeah, those 2 long bars will help a lot.
And that right there is a really good time for a square because he has a perfect hold that fits. And there we go. It's actually getting rather good RNG to get out of this. He could set up for well.
Yeah, set up perfectly for column 3. Andrew's still just waiting on a long bar here to get another Tetris, sitting at 194,000 to Felix's 149.
He does get it, and he's going to slam down that Tetris, crossing the 200K barrier at 209,000. Felix set up at 150,000, just waiting for that column 3.
Yeah, transitioning at 150K feels bad, but he's still on pace with Andrew.
Yeah, and that's another good point, is that you don't necessarily need to have a good transition. You just need to have a good transition in relation to your opponent.
Goomla asking about the left well. Yes, it is more advantageous to put the well on the left in Game Boy as the eyepiece biases towards the left. Felix setting himself up there with a dependency.
That's all right. I'm sure he'll get the long bar very soon.
Surely he can't have another giant drought. There we go. He does get it. Burns out the left side, making him Tetris ready and open.
Which he will get very soon. Oh, blocks it well right as the long bar comes in.
And does set himself up another dependency, decides not to deal with it, and just shoves a J in there.
Yeah, you really have to make do in these situations. Very nice. Does get the long bar. It's going to slam that down. It's going to give him 186,000 points.
Andrew building on his lead here, sitting at 268,000.
Yeah, quite a big lead there. Felix is able to now... Yep, he's able to burn out that single line there, and now he's set up for some clean building.
Still definitely anyone's game here, as Andrew is about 3 levels ahead. And does block as well. Manages to get the dirtiest of Tetrises, though.
Yeah, that definitely was a very risky situation, but that well-timed long bar definitely bailed him out there. Starting to get into some faster levels here, so there's not going to be as much leeway for things like that.
Get some unfortunate O blocks. Gonna have to burn that out.
That's going to give Felix a little bit of opportunity to catch up here.
At these speeds, you do not want to be playing this high.
Yeah, we've seen time and time again games getting ended very quickly, even on lower levels, just because of how high the board gets.
A beautiful dig out by Andrew, though. After that burn, he will get another Tetris, bringing him to 338,000. This is, of course, compared to Felix's 260,000. Felix still playing on level 14, though.
Yeah, both players this match are definitely representing some good old-fashioned Tetris playing here. Reacting to some very tricky situations.
Andrew again with the O blocks, which he's continually choosing to stack on the far left when he gets them.
Yeah, that's definitely a common strategy and not a bad one. I mean, we can see it's definitely working for him very well.
Was about to make a burn, decides to micro adjust there. Just in time for the Tetris.
And as we head through level 19, we're rapidly approaching the fastest level in Game Boy Tetris.
And it looks like he will transition at 401,000 compared to Felix's 319k currently. Felix still 4 levels to go until he transitions, though.
Yeah, Felix is definitely on pace to pass Andrew in terms of score for the transition. Oh, does that T-tuck a little too early and hangs it. That can be resolved with a T-spin tuck, but opts to just go ahead and tuck that square in there and deal with it later.
Andrew just lining it up here, trying to make sure that the chase down is as difficult as you can make it for Felix.
Right, there's really no time to play it easy here when we have that 300 line cap.
Ooh, a misdrop on that Zed.
Has to get a long bar over, and he does do it. And that long bar is going to score him a triple there. Puts the score at 425. About a quarter of the way through level 20.
Gorgeous play there. Could have ended in an instant for him.
Oh, for sure. This is definitely a great matchup for this final match of the day.
Ooh, misdrop on that. Oh, we'll see how Felix deals with it. And does manage to get the long bar in there.
Converts it into a Vitz. That is definitely the way to go. Doesn't quite opt to put that L piece all the way to the right. That might have been a little risky.
Right now, Andrew's sitting at 438,000 compared to Felix's 384,000. So the chase down is still there.
Andrew did transition at 400k going into level 20, so let's see how this compares. Now, this board is a little high. With one single to go, he's got to be very cautious about how he handles this situation.
And he does transition at 389,000. About 11k less than Andrew was, but now it's a fight to the death on level 20 for both players. Line count doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah, this is only the second time that we've seen a level 20 hash out here. Very exciting stuff. We're getting that long bar all the way to the right on Felix's side. This will essentially be a battle to see who can get more Tetrises on level 20. If you really want to get a solid lead.
Yeah, or who can last the longest before topping out. That line piece there might spell the end for Andrew, though. That is going to be hard to get behind.
Gonna have to really fly a long bar over there.
Doesn't quite make it and tops out at 461,000. Felix here sitting at 414, just needs to get 462 in order to win.
That misdrop was almost fatal there. So this isn't quite an easy thing to do, and especially with these misdrops, it's not going to be.
Oh, and a series of misdrops. Felix does top out, giving Andrew the win.
Our first sweep of the day for our last matchup. A very impressive feat from Andrew there.
Excellent play there. Excellent level 20 play from both players. But Andrew, you managed to eke it out there, and you will be going into the top 8 in 4 weeks' time.
Congratulations, and I can think of no better matchup to end the day with than this amazing show of truly classic Tetris playing.
Excellent skills shown off today by both players and by all the players who joined us today in the CTWC preliminary rounds top 16. A big shout out to Vince for letting us stream this on the CTWC channel. I'm going to post the Discord link in chat here one last time. And a big thanks to you, Tyler, for co-commentating for today.
Of course,
Andy
big
showing
thanks
off
for
the
having me on.
Andy showing off the Canada flag there.
Yeah.
We have a
Very
Canadian
nice.
in the top 8.
Yeah, a lot of different countries we're seeing in the top 8 here, which is very nice to see.
So, all right, everybody. Thank you very much for watching. Thanks for joining us. Be sure to follow the CTWC channel if you aren't already, and we'll see you again in 4 weeks' time.
Have a good night, guys.